IT DM, esteemed colleagues of Dharmashastra National Law University. I, Ruchira Chaturvedi, on behalf of organizers of this national conference, welcome you on 27th day of July 2024 at PDPM Triple ITDM for inaugural ceremony of the National Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Deepfake and Regulatory Mechanisms for Artificial Intelligence. It is jointly organized by Dharmashastra National Law University, Jabalpur and Law Commission of India. We begin our session with light, and I request the dignitaries on stage to join hands for lighting of the lamp.
या कुन्ते या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते
Light brings brightness by dispelling darkness, and we begin to see things clearly. Our relationship with light is as old as our beginnings. The significance here is the brilliance of the light does not diminish despite its repeated use to light many more lamps. So is the brightness of the knowledge. It does not diminish even after, despite passing it over to many more such learners and knowledge gatherers. We move on to our next phase, wherein I invite Dr. Praveen Tripathi to tell us more about the conference. Dr. Praveen, sir.
Good morning, all of you. Honorable Shri Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva ji, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Rita Vashish ji, Member Secretary, Law Commission of India, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha ji, Vice Chancellor, DNLU Jabalpur, Professor Dr. Bhartendu K. Singh ji, Director, Triple ITDM, Professor Dr. Sailesh N. Hadley ji, Registrar, DNLU Jabalpur, distinguished guests from the Law Commission of India, members of academia, the bar, the bench, the industry, and the aspiring research scholars and students. It may not be conventional to start the inaugural with a thank you, but I must express my gratitude to Professor Sinha for his continuous efforts to achieve academic excellence. Thanks to his dedication, we have gathered here to witness the partnership of various stakeholders in organizing the National Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Deepfakes and Regulatory Mechanisms for AI. This conference was envisioned in collaboration with the Law Commission of India for April 2024. However, due to certain administrative reasons, it was not possible at that time, and today we are assembled here for this conference. This delay has worked to our advantage, as we have identified an exceptional academic partner PDPM Triple ITDM Jabalpur, who has been providing continuous support for the academic activities of the Dharmashastra National Law University. This association aims to generate actionable insights to inform national policies and legal frameworks, while also advancing academic research and practical understanding of AI and deepfake technologies and its regulatory spheres. The one-day national conference seeks to discuss regulatory frameworks that underscore India's dedication to ethical AI. The conference will explore the legislative measures to prevent AI misuse, promote transparency, safeguard individual rights, and uphold information integrity. This event brings together legal professionals, experts, policymakers, and technologists to address these challenges and opportunities within India's unique context. Furthermore, with our academic partner, this joint effort emphasizes the importance of the interdisciplinary collaboration in navigating the complex technological challenges. I am confident that this conference will provide insights into the understanding of technological advancement, ethical consideration, regulatory frameworks, collaborative efforts, and future directions. We have two thematic sessions on bringing together various stakeholders discussing the paradigm of AI in context of deepfake and legal challenges, and India's approach for regulating AI. On behalf of Dharmashastra National Law University, I welcome you all and wish for an enriching learning experience from our distinguished guests and speakers. Please feel free, if you have any assistance required during the conference, you are please feel free to reach me out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the purpose and the need for the conference being held on a very timely basis, considering the emerging domain of AI and the issues as well as the benefits involved with it. Now we proceed further. I request Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha, Vice Chancellor DNLU, for the welcome address.
Thank you very much, Ruchira. Honorable Justice Shri Sanjeev Sachdeva ji, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Justice Shri K.T. Shankaran sir, Member Law Commission of India, Madam Dr. Rita Vasist, Member Secretary Law Commission of India, Registrar General, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, all staff of the High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Professor Anand Paliwal ji, Member Law Commission of India, Professor Raka Arya, Member Law Commission of India, our teacher and respected Professor D.P. Verma sir, Member Law Commission of India, our respected friend, colleagues, Professor Bhartendu Singh, Director, Triple IIT DM, and Professor Vikas Singh, Principal of the Hitkarni Law College, Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur. It's a great honor and privilege for me to share some of the thought in the welcome address. Let me begin with saying and thanking profusely to the Honorable Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva sir. This is the second visit of sir in the function of the Dharmashastra National Law University, less than a week. And we are very thankful to you, Lordship, you have accepted our convocation speech. And definitely, Lordship, will give you 10 more days before we invite for other programs. So, but your academic interest and your interest in promoting the educational institution in Jabalpur has motivated us, actually, like, how to think, how to move further, how to strengthen the educational institution, and particularly National Law University of Jabalpur. Since you have joined, and I'm fortunate that when I started with preparation for the convocation, so I started with the Acting Chief Justice sir, because direction was given from the Supreme Court, and then things have changed and lordship has come, and we are very happy that you immediately accepted. In between that 20th July convocation has already been scheduled, and you accepted to grace the occasion. And your speech on that particular day, in the convocation speech, it will go a long way for the young scholars, those who taken degree through by your hand. So welcome, Honorable Justice Sachdeva sir. We look forward for your continuous guidance and support for the betterment of the university, not only the academic, also the infrastructural development. And Lordship, I'm very happy to share with you that on the 17th meeting, then yesterday also I got a message from the Bhopal that we are going to sanction for the second phase of the construction. So, and very positively, yesterday I just sent to the secretary sir, and he immediately responded, okay, we are going to sanction. And these things were very difficult for last 5 months. I tried my all level, political, social, economical, but nothing worked. But this, your intervention on this general council meeting, things are taking shape. And I'm sure in 2 years, all the students of the Dharmashastra National Law University will be there by 2026 in our new campus. You can go your home easily by the airport, near to airport, and also will have very close proximity. But we never felt absence of space. That is the another important thing, and which I acknowledge, and some way I feel personally that there are some factors which shapes our decision, which shapes our thinking, and that is way triple IT has come in between. When I was struggling to find out a place for the seminar and conferences, and Bhartendu sir appeared all of a sudden. He did not appear in my dream, but actually while crossing this road, I saw that I should come and talk to him. I talked to him, and then he said, no, we can do everything, whatever you want. And I have already, given a long calendar for all the activities for the sir to conduct here in the triple IT. Not only the conference room, we have a very good facilities, and thank you very much, sir, for your support, and I look forward for your close association for infrastructure as well as academic activities. Today's program also, some of the professors, some of the students of triple IT, they are going to make a presentation during the conference, and this is very important when we talk about the artificial intelligence. Now lawyer and law has a tendency to capture every branch. So some way engineer feel that artificial intelligence, software, technology, it belongs to the engineering colleges, but now we have also ventured. So close relationship between the triple IT and Dharmashastra National Law University will arrive on a very reasonable conclusion how it has to be shaped. And today, we have members of Law Commission of India. Of course, I just missed to mention the person behind the entire activities, and that is our Barsa ma'am. Barsa ma'am is the Joint Secretary of the, sorry about that, I just missed to mention you, but you played very important role. And also Honorable Justice Rituraj Avasthi sir. So when he heard that I'm going to Jabalpur, so he called me one day in his office, and he said, Manoj, kuch karo, hum denge tumhe, tum jao wahan par. And that is how it began, and you since then you have followed, and today it has happened. I'm very proud to mention that this is, I believe, the second program Law Commission is doing on artificial intelligence outside of Delhi. First was in the Sonipat, and I believe this is the second. So thank you very much, ma'am, for supporting us and believing in us that we can do it. Of course, Parveen, Manvender, Utkarsh, Sankalp, all colleagues have played very important role in giving this shape. Ruchira, of course, on the stage, she is managing. I'm thankful, Ruchira, this time you gave me sufficient time to tie these shoes laces, because the moment you say, come to the welcome, so heartbeat goes so all of a sudden. So you gave sufficient time to me. Let's just quickly to say a few points which is very important. The major challenge when we talk about the human rights and artificial intelligence in today's context is that lack of expertise. When it comes to the teaching in the law school, what I mean, we have more than 2,000 law colleges in India, and we add every month 10 to 15 law colleges. So around 60, 70 new colleges are coming, 5, 6 are also closing down each year. So around 1900 law colleges are there. When we think about these subjects, and a circular has been issued, Honorable Justice Sir, Sachdeva Sir, by the Bar Council of India on the 23rd May 2024 to all the law schools, asking them to introduce some of the new subjects, and there they have mentioned categorically that artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep sea bed mining, and some other subjects are there. The big question or big challenge for the law college, not only the law schools and other law schools, whether we have sufficient teachers equipped to teach or skilled to teach these courses, and how these courses are going to benefit the young students. These are the number of challenges which are here, and that is why we are gathered here to discuss about the taking it further in the law school, and also with the other part of the, like in other streams like sciences and other is there. The National Education Policy, which more or less completed 4 years, on the 20th July 2020 it was adopted. And it has also a section where it talks about the integration of technology and law, integration of technology in legal education, which also emphasizes the importance. If I take all these things like a direction of the Bar Council of India, National Education Policy, we have to travel a long distance, and that distance can be covered. It's not unachievable, it can be achieved. It is possible only with the close working of the all stakeholders in the legal field, like what means courts, honorable judges, lawyers, Law Commission of India, and academicians. If you work, I'm sure that things will go forward, and we'll see one day many students are coming and showing their interest in the artificial intelligence. I'm not going to go on this subject, but I'm sure that we all are here gathered to hear Honorable Justice Sachdeva Sir. And Sachdeva Sir, I'm very proud to mention that Sir has been working in this year. Even in the convocation speech, he has spoken about the technology, iPhone, and there are a number of comparison Lordship has given. And Sir has specifically prepared for this lecture, and Sir has been continuously delivering more than 60, 70 lectures in the Judicial Academy in Bhopal and even in Delhi. So we are very fortunate, you all are very fortunate that Honorable Justice has accepted our request and going to share his views on this very important subject. So thank you very much, and we look forward a very fruitful day for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, sir, has joined DNLU very recently, in the year 2024 itself, and he has been a support system for DNLU since then, and has been very helpful and encouraging in every activity that DNLU engages into. So we are thankful to you, sir. In Indian tradition, any welcome is incomplete without a token. So, we welcome our guests with a token of sapling. For the same, I request our Vice Chancellor, sir, to present the welcome token of sapling to our Chief Guest, Honorable Shri Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, sir. I request Professor Dr. Hadley to join hand. I further request Vice Chancellor sir to present the token of welcome to Dr. Rita Vasisht ma'am, and further request Professor Dr. Hadley to please join hand. We move on to the next portion. After welcoming the guests, we are eager to hear from our guests. We have with us as our guest Dr. Rita Vasisht, Member Secretary, Law Commission of India. Ma'am has been very active on the field as well, and her expertise means no bound, and her expertise is more than enough actually to enlighten us and to guide us on several aspects that we are unaware of as students and as member of the audience. Therefore, I request Dr. Rita Vasist ma'am for your address, please.
At the outset, I would like to tell you that I am not expert in this subject. I had been legislative secretary for more than 20 years, and thereafter I was posted as in charge Central Agency Supreme Court. This is my third posting as a member secretary Law Commission. Thank you. Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, Acting Chief Justice of High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Vice Chancellor, Dharmashastra National Law University, Jabalpur, Dr. Praveen Tripathi, Dean and Associate Professor, DNLU, Professor Shailesh Hadley, Professor and Registrar, DNLU, Jabalpur, honorable members and part-time members of Law Commission, and other esteemed guests, academicians, participants, and students present here, a very good morning to all of you. The city of Jabalpur boasts a rich historical and cultural heritage dating back to the 3rd century BCE. It flourished under the Gond and Maratha rulers and became a key administrative and military center during British rule. Notably, Jabalpur is home to the Madhya Pradesh High Court and renowned educational institutions like Rani Durgavati University and IIITDM. The city is famous for its natural beauty, particularly marble rocks at Bheda Ghat along the Narmada River, and has a diverse industrial base including significant defense production. The blend of historical significance, educational governance, prominence, natural splendor, and economic vitality makes Jabalpur a vital and dynamic city, and hence a spectacular destination for our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference theme, Artificial Intelligence, Deep Fake and Regulatory Mechanism for AI, is highly relevant. The timing of this event couldn't be better given the rapid pace of technological advancement. It is essential to thoroughly examine every facet of this topic. I am confident that the distinguished scholars and guests present here will greatly enhance our collective understanding of the numerous and extensive subjects to be discussed. The Dharmashastra National Law University, DNLU, Jabalpur, is a premier institution dedicated to legal education and research in India, established in the year 2018 by the Madhya Pradesh Dharmashastra National Law University Act. The university aims to advance legal knowledge and produce highly skilled legal professionals. Located in Jabalpur, a city known for its judicial significance and cultural heritage, DNLU offers an excellent environment for academic and professional growth. DNLU provides a comprehensive curriculum that combines theoretical knowledge with practical skills, fostering a deep understanding of the law and its applications. The university offers undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs in law, attracting students from across the country. Its faculty comprises distinguished scholars and experienced practitioners, ensuring high-quality education and mentorship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the response that ChatGPT gave when I entered a prompt asking it to write a note on Dharmashastra National Law University, Jabalpur. And if you would observe closely, it has mostly touched every aspect relating to this educational institution. This is the transformative power of AI. We are at a point where fully leveraging AI is no longer optional but essential. Significant developments have occurred worldwide, with the USA, UK, France, Japan, and China all publishing policy and strategic papers on AI. The DU has taken a step further by enacting legislation to regulate AI. Sorry, it is EU, not DU. While the debate on prioritizing regulation for such an emerging technology continues, it is undeniable that coordinated efforts are crucial to remain at the forefront of AI development. Embracing AI across the entire value chain, encompassing startups, the private sector, public sector units, and government entities will truly unlock its potential, fostering a continuous cycle of supply and demand. In its national strategy for artificial intelligence, the Niti Aayog pinpointed 5 sectors poised to benefit the most from AI advancement in addressing societal needs. That is healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities and infrastructure, and smart mobility and transportation. I propose adding law and access to justice to this list. Furthermore, it is crucial to recognize that the legal sectors plays an equally vital role in fostering the development of responsible AI. The advancement of AI offers lawyers the chance to enhance efficiency, lower costs, and concentrate on more strategic tasks. AI can manage routine activities such as document and contract review, legal research, and data analysis, potentially boosting productivity. However, AI is not yet equipped to handle more complex tasks like deal structuring, negotiation, advocacy, and courtroom representation. In the judicial arena, AI can significantly improve case management, predictive analytics, and legal research, thereby increasing the system's overall efficiency. I applaud the Indian judiciary for being at the forefront of AI adoption and leading this transformative effort. The modernization initiative began with the e-court project under the National E-Governance Plan, which sought to digitize court processes and create a network infrastructure. Today, the National Judicial Data Grid offers real-time updates on both pending and resolved cases. The Supreme Court has introduced SUPACE, that is Supreme Court Portal for Assistance in Courts Efficiency, an AI-powered portal designed to aid judges in case management and decision-making. Additionally, with support from IT Ministry, the Supreme Court has developed SUVAS, that is Supreme Court Vidhi Anuvad software, an AI-driven translation tool capable of converting English language documents, orders, and judgments into 10 regional languages. Several other countries are integrating AI into their judicial systems. In US, AI tools like COMMAS, that is Correctional Offender Management Profiling for Alternative Solutions, are used for data collection, risk assessment, and decision support, while chatbots offer public information. The UK's Justice Ministry introduced a digital case system in 2020 that incorporates AI into the judiciary. China's smart court system, which utilizes AI, reports a reduction in judges' average workloads by more than a third. However, the key question is how extensively AI can be utilized in our justice system and whether it can replace human judgment in judicial decision making. There are valid concerns about this. Stakeholders need to proceed cautiously as the application of AI in the judiciary presents both opportunities and risks. For instance, in the case of state versus Lomis, Loomis in United States, the AI tool Compass, designed to assess recidivism and assist judges with pre-trial release decisions, produced false positives for African American offenders and false negatives for white offenders. While AI can be beneficial in courtrooms, it is crucial to address potential biases arising from skewed metadata or inaccurate information. The incorporation of AI into the justice system necessitates a thorough legal, regulatory, and ethical framework to build confidence in these technologies, ensuring careful implementation with transparency, fairness, and accountability is essential. Additionally, training for judges, lawyers, and other public officials is crucial to mitigate potential harms associated with AI. Ladies and gentlemen, India is facing substantial challenges with case backlog and judicial vacancies, with over 4.5 crore cases pending and a significant shortage of judges. High courts and lower courts are experiencing deficits with 30% and 22% fewer judges than their authorized numbers, respectively. In this context, AI holds promise to escalating justice delivery, and its incorporation into the legal system represents a positive advancement. A troubling issue at the intersection of AI and law is the rise of deep fake technology. This type of artificial intelligence generates realistic images, audio, and video hoaxes. The term deepfake combines deep learning with fake and refers to both technology and the deceptive content it produces. Deepfakes can alter existing media to replace one person with another or create entirely fabricated content, making it appear as though someone is saying or doing something they never actually did. The most significant risk of deepfakes is their potential to disseminate false information that seems to originate from credible sources. For instance, a deepfake video of Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky urging the citizens to surrender their weapons went viral after cyber criminals breached a Ukrainian television channel. Concerns have also been raised about the potential for deepfakes to interfere with elections and election-related propaganda. Numerous instances have shown deepfake videos and images being used to damage the reputation of political opponents and disrupt electoral processes. Additionally, deepfakes have had a particularly gendered impact, contributing to virtual violence against women. Studies indicate that a significant portion of deepfakes involve pornographic content, with women being primary targets. Several laws provide both civil and criminal remedies for cases involving deepfakes. For example, Section 66 of the Information Technology Act 2000 addresses deepfake offenses relating to capturing, publishing, or transmitting someone's image in mass media, thus breaching their privacy. Section 66D of the IT Act penalizes the case of communication devices or computer sources for malicious purposes like impersonation or fraud. Additionally, sections 67, 67A and 67B of the IT Act can be used to promote those who publish or distribute deepfakes containing obscene or sexually explicit content. The IT rules also prohibit hosting content that impersonates others and requires social media platforms to promptly remove artificially morphed images when notified. Failure to comply can lead to loss of safe harbor protection, which shields social media companies from regulatory liabilities for user-generated content on their platforms. Provisions of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 can also be utilized to address cyber crimes related to deep fakes. Relevant sections include Section 79, which deals with words, gestures, or acts intended to insult a woman's modesty, Section 356, which deals with criminal defamation, and Section 196, which addresses the incitement of communal hatred, among others. Additionally, the Copyright Act of 1957 can be applied if copyrighted images or videos are used to create deep fakes. Section 51 of the Act prohibits the unauthorized use of any property owned by another person where the person has exclusive rights. I commend the IT Ministry for its proactive approach in this regard, besides issuing numerous advisories that mandate strict compliance with information technology, intermediary guidelines, and digital media ethical code rules 2021. The ministry is already developing draft regulations to enhance accountability for both creators and social media platforms in the efforts to combat deep fakes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is crucial to consider the ethical implications of using AI in decision-making beyond the courtrooms. While algorithms are powerful tools, they are not free from biases. Many companies employ AI to screen resumes and choose candidates seeking a fair and efficient hiring process. Nevertheless, these algorithms can unintentionally reinforce and even intensify existing societal biases. This presents a major ethical dilemma. How can we ensure fairness and equal opportunities in a world where decision-making is increasingly entrusted to algorithms? Privacy is another crucial issue. With technological advancements, our capacity to collect and analyze extensive personal data grows. Privacy concerns are particularly prominent in the age of smart devices and the Internet of Things. Balancing innovation with privacy protection requires implementing clear regulations, promoting transparency, and giving individuals control over their own data. Ethical dilemmas also arise regarding the fundamental nature of AI. How do we define consciousness and self-awareness in machines? The crucial challenge is to create guidelines and international agreements that ensure AI is developed and used in ways that align with human values and prevent severe consequences. To address these ethical issues and risks, a global coalition of AI experts and data scientists has introduced a new voluntary framework for safely developing AI products. The World Ethical Data Foundation, which includes 25,000 members from major technical companies like Meta, Google, and Samsung, has designed the framework with 84 questions for developers to consider at the outset of an AI project. Similarly, the NITI Aayog has established 7 principles for responsible AI, which encompass safety and reliability, equality, inclusivity, and non-discrimination, privacy and security, transparency, accountability, and promotion and safeguarding of positive human values. In this context, I fully commend the government's efforts. By acknowledging the potential of these technologies and embracing them, they have clearly demonstrated that India is prepared and capable of becoming a global leader. In the year 2018, the NITI Aayog introduced the National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence with the motto AI for All. To support this initiative, the NITI Aayog has released a discussion paper and documents outlining the importance of developing responsible AI. Moreover, in December 2023, the government hosted the Global Partnership on AI and ministerial declaration reaffirmed the commitment to fostering responsible and trustworthy AI. These initiatives demonstrate the Indian government's dedication to utilizing technology for inclusive growth, addressing ethical issues, and ensuring cyber security in a progressively digital world. The landscape is ever evolving, and the government remains proactive in updating its policies and strategies to keep pace with technological advancement and emerging challenges. In conclusion, while we should maintain our optimism about the transformative potential of AI, it is crucial to remain mindful of the associated ethical dilemmas and risks. I am confident that this conference will effectively highlight the vast potential of AI and foster a comprehensive and productive dialogue among all involved stakeholders. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Vashisht, for intriguing us all into these emerging subjects of AI, deepfake, and the concerns over regulatory mechanisms. Dr. Vashisht, as Secretary of the Legislative Department in Ministry of Law and Justice, holds a prominent position in Indian legal framework and has played a pivotal role in legislative processes of the Indian government. So thank you so much, ma'am. We have with us as the chief guest of this session, Honorable Shri Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, Acting Chief Justice of High Court of Madhya Pradesh and Chancellor of Dharmashastra National Law University. Before joining the profession, sir, as a judge, sir has been practicing as an advocate since 1988 and soon after as advocate on record of Supreme Court of India since 1995. We have already, as students, we have already heard sir once during the convocation, and we are eager to hear more from you, sir. So I request Honorable Shri Justice Sachdeva for the keynote address.
Justice Abhinandra Singh, Judge High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Justice K.T. Shankaran, Member Law Commission, Dr. Rita Vashisht, Professor Manoj Sinha, Dr. Praveen Tripathi, Mr. Manoj Shrivastava, Registrar General High Court of Madhya Pradesh, members of the Law Commission, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, students, ladies and gentlemen. When Professor Sinha asked me to inaugurate this program and be a keynote speaker, I felt that I actually wanted to be part of the technical sessions, but since he invited me here, so I'm going to convert this into a sort of a technical session. I'm not going to give you a long speech or talk about things, but I want to say something to the Law Commission. We think India is going to be the leader. My presentation will show you that we are not even scraping the tip of the iceberg. It's not even the tip, we are not even scraping the tip of the iceberg. Where technology in the world has gone. So let me begin by and it's a pleasure when I see these youngsters here. And youngsters will always think we don't know what these oldies are talking about. They talk about technology, they talk about AI, deepfakes. It's part of our world, we've been born with it. I want to take you for a walk in history. Why it becomes important is for how technology and what technology has developed. 20th July 1969, the words were spoken, Eagle has landed. I'm not talking about the Jack Higgins novel, Eagle has landed. Has any one of you read this novel? Or the movie, Eagle has landed, it's a World War II movie. I'm talking about the words first spoken by man on the moon, Neil Armstrong. Eagle landed on the moon. Eagle was the code name given to Apollo 11. Apollo 11 landed on the moon with a computer that was 1300 times less processing power than an iPhone 5S. Today we're in the generation of iPhone 14 Pro, which is many fold more than that. This is the system that was on board, and you'll be surprised to see the RAM was 4 kilobytes. Today we have a 64 gigabyte RAM in our cell phone. So imagine sitting here, how many Apollo 11s you can take to the moon and bring them back. Something like 20 million. Apollo 11s you can fire from the earth, bring them back. That's the technology that has developed. How many of you know what this is? The youngsters won't even know this. You know, I was surprised to know the other day in Delhi, in 1980s, when Asian 82 happened, Asian Game 82, was the first time that we saw color transmission. Before that, we had black and white TVs. And I was told that television came in Madhya Pradesh in 1982. Before 1982, there was no television. And we have television in our phones. First cell phone was launched in 1995. This was a radio set. They're now an antique, and it would take 5 minutes to warm up because it had picture tubes in it. This was and only the oldies know the connection between a pencil and a cassette. The others don't even have an idea what this is. The kids don't know, because every time the spool would come out and we'll put in a pencil and put that in. And this was a cassette recorder. This was, well, it's progressed on to sort of dictaphone. And this was a camera. You have a camera in your cell phone, but we had a camera like this, and you had a spool with 36 photographs. And the good photographers would be able to manage to get about 38, 39. I actually managed to get about 40 shots in one 36. Because they had to, at the moment it was exposed to light, it would get spoiled. So you had to go into a dark room and load that into. And you know, this was a toy. I don't know if any one of you seen the one on the right. That used to be the pastime of all mischievous kids like us in school. So teacher is going in, tick, tick, you'll do that. And the teacher would then turn around, throw a chalk at you. So this was a pastime we had. That was the time how we used to enjoy. And this was a pistol. And this is how kids used to enjoy. Then came the era of computers. 1984, not 84, it was prior to 84, I think 84, this is a Macintosh, but 82, 83, computers were launched. Computers in India came in 1984 and 85. I did my first computer training in 1985. I'm in fact, she missed out, I'm an NIT scholar. So I went to NIT in 1985 for a 7-week course, familiarization, and gave me a scholarship for a year's course. And they even offered me a job to teach in NIT. But I was always focused on law, so I said no. I gave up that job, otherwise I would have been somewhere in Silicon Valley today. But God knows, that's how fate is, and no regrets. And then this is how memory evolved. This is how we used to, in fact in 1985 when we had a computer, they did not have a hard disk. Then it came with a 40 kilobyte hard disk. Kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte. Now we have gigabytes. And the floppy drive was the one, bigger one on the left. This was 1.44 kilobytes was the floppy drive, that was the capacity. You'd put an operating system. In 2005, the micro SD card could hold 128 megabytes. 2014 it grew to 128 gigabytes. Now it's going to true terabytes. That's the computing power which is growing. And we are talking about 2005 to 2024, 19 years. Actually, some of you won't even know how to dial this. You won't even know what this is. So this is how, and this is not too old. 1995 was the time when cell phones were launched. I got my first cell phone in October 1995 and Airtel, and that time it was Ericsson. They came up with the scheme for a month, incoming, outgoing was free. And then it became 36 rupees a minute incoming call. And pulses, it wasn't pulses in seconds, it was pulses in minutes. So the moment you pick up a call, you'll start your stopwatch. 61 seconds, another 36 rupees. And then to call back, you would use this. You won't call back because it was very expensive. You go to a PCO booth, put in a 1 rupee coin and call back. Then came pagers. With a flash, they were in and out. Because at the time when 95, when the cell phone was launched, we had a device like this on the right. This was my first phone. It did not have a caller ID. So you didn't know which number was calling, who was calling. So you had to pick it up. And then they introduced caller ID facility as messaging facility. So pagers were phased out in a few months. That's how the cell phones grew. Then, of course, we moved on. World has moved on. Why it becomes relevant is, we take so much pride. In judiciary we moved on, in courts we moved on. What are we moving on to? Case management. Anyways, I'll show you what we moved on to. This was the first typewriter I used in 1988 when I joined the profession. We had a Remington typewriter. You had to have real strong fingers to, yes, no, not the right hand, it was the left hand. You have to bring it back with the left hand because you go on the left and then you bring it back. So, and then we moved on to a dot matrix printer. They had a 9 dots or a 24 pin. The luckier ones could afford a 24 pin printer which was more realistic. Then came, of course, what we use today. Laser jets, all-in-one printers. This was the kind of a printout which came out of that Remington typewriter. And photocopy machines, yes, I remember. In 1982, when I was studying in college, I had to get something photocopied. You'd go to a photocopier. You will be surprised as to what a photocopy machine was. It was probably as half the size of the screen. Huge machine. There'll be a camera. He'll put a full slide, a thick thing. It'll have powder in it. He'll take a photograph of that page, then shuffle it. It'll create a layer, and then you could take a printout. It would take about 4 or 5 minutes for one page to be printed. Then came dot matrix. Some of you might not even know what this is. Everybody knows what this is. Because these got phased out with those Remington typewriters. And the best part, as lawyers, we used to do that technique. Because you'll have, when you had to file in court, you had to file 3 copies, so 1 plus 3, and there were no photocopies. So you would make 1 plus 4 copies. So thin butter paper used to be used as carbon. And purposely to the opponent will give the last page out of that, which will be the dimmest of printing. He won't be able to read it, he won't be able to make copies. But you've served it. So those were techniques as lawyers we used to develop. Then this is what the courtroom used to look like, though some of the courts still look like this. Then we moved on to this. This was a presentation I showed in 2017 or 18, where US was using this technique. And luckily, or unluckily thereafter, luckily for us that COVID came and we could then migrate on to paperless courts. Paperless courts in Delhi started in 2008, 2009. This is actually the photograph of a courtroom in Delhi. That's how the courtroom looks like. From this side and that side. Imagine working in an atmosphere like this. That's what technology does to you. You could work with loads of files, or you could work in an atmosphere like this. In Madhya Pradesh also we work like this. So no paper, nothing. Irrespective of the fact that you got 150 cases listed a day, but they're all on the screen. These are all touch screens, so you can work on them. We need to actually change our mindset. Where we are, where we are heading. And I said, now we've come into the world of electronic evidence. Everybody uses today some device. And some of the things that I'm going to show you will be an eye-opener as to how these devices are. For digital evidence, it's very difficult and very important to understand how you'll prove it. And it's found everywhere. There's a digital device working here. This is a digital device. All these things are connected through Wi-Fi. All these are digital devices. All these are information, data. Where will you find electronic evidence? In storage devices which are built-in or external, like hard disk, memory cards. Even photographs, emails, everything will contain a digital data. Today we live in a digital world, complete digital world. And this is one thing which most of us forget. Digital footprint. What is digital footprint? Speed at which it can be transmitted is becoming a cause of concern, and technology comes in. Now, nothing that you put on the net, including your footprint, can ever be deleted. We simply press a button, delete, everything goes, but does it actually get deleted?
In life, you purchase your electronics, your groceries, your clothing, whatever else you need. You take off the packaging, you throw it in the trash can, and once a week someone comes to take it all away. It's like magic. Once it's gone, you never have to worry about it again. Unfortunately for us, the same cannot be said for deleting files on a computer storage drive. For one thing, usually deleting a file just moves it to the recycle bin, which has no sanitation technician who comes and removes it every week. It's simply a different folder location where files are stored indefinitely. The file is still there, and anyone with access to your computer can find them. Silly Linus, once it's in the bin, I can just empty the whole thing with one click, and my computer tells me, hey, this is a permanent change, and that file will no longer be accessible on your computer once you do that. And you would be correct mostly. The file is no longer easily accessible on your computer, but there is a huge difference between whether a file is easily accessible and whether it has actually been removed. On both magnetic and solid-state drives, the bits of data that make up your photos, music, tax records, and whatever else are naturally kind of scattered around. And the way your operating system knows where to find all the pieces is, on NTFS formatted drives anyway, through the reference to it in the master file table. So back to deleting stuff. Removing a file from the recycle bin only removes the master file table reference that points to the pieces that make up that file puzzle and registers the space that it used to take up as empty. This gives the operating system permission to go right over it, but that does not mean that right after you clean out your recycle bin, the file is gone. Not by a long shot. In fact, there are many programs that are dedicated to reconstructing deleted files, some of which can do so even after a drive has been reformatted. And using those programs right away, like right after an accidental deletion or reformat before lots of the data has been gradually overwritten, has saved many a person's bacon from costly or upsetting loss of data. But sometimes you want.
So how do you ensure that data gets deleted? And how does it become relevant for young lawyers or the judiciary? When you capture a device which is used for crime, first thing that the criminal would do is wipe it off. Delete, everything delete, and we all think everything's gone. But with use of technology, all that can be restored. And it's huge amount of data, huge amount of information. Now, there have been several orders passed by the courts to Twitter, WhatsApp, Facebook, Google, delete information. And they come back and file an affidavit, yes, we've deleted it. But kindly see this report.
It said that everything which ends up online stays there. Sometimes it can be useful, such as finding an old photo of your friends, or even digging out an old tweet to show the world a politician's hypocrisy. But what happens if we can't delete embarrassing things, even if we want to? Internet privacy is now increasingly becoming a myth. Discussions were sparked again after Twitter's former security chief testified before a US Senate committee. Listen in.
So what are the problems I discovered? Two basic issues. First, they don't know what data they have, where it lives, or where it came from, and so, unsurprisingly, they can't protect it. And this leads to the second problem, which is the employees then have to have too much access to too much data and to too many systems.
The first part of his revelation states that Twitter does not know what data they have or where that data is stored. If that's the case, then how is the social media giant supposed to erase that information? Well, Twitter is under the spotlight in this scenario. Similar questions can be asked of all tech firms. The second part of this statement was that employees have too much access to too much data. What can you do if some engineer on the other side of the world wants to look at your family photos? Is it even possible to take legal action against such an invasion of privacy? Or have those rights been signed away when we accept the company's terms and conditions, something we don't even take time to read? Urgent discussions took place about the company access to data after the US Supreme Court overturned the Roe versus Wade judgment.
Several legal issues arise. Most of the Facebook accounts are fake. Then data breach and hacking. And it not only happens to private individuals, it happens to government sites. And this is an ongoing process. Anything you put on the net, anything you connect to the system, there is a possibility of a hack. Very simple system is a spy file. Now, some of us get these messages, we get these phone calls. Now, social media is making us aware of it, but a little while ago, no, there was not too much of an information available. So somebody would send you an email like this. You'll get an email from your bank, from your PayPal, Apple. It's been disabled. Immediately log in. First thing what we do, first reaction is, let's log in. User ID, password, it's compromised and gone. There are spoof sites like this, where they will, instead of an L, put an I. It looks very similar, we don't notice it, and we immediately feed in our information. For example, in Amazon, there's an extra N. The phishing links are sent. And it's not only individuals who do it. Corporate giants do it. Now, you see, all this technology is not being developed by a government agency. It's being developed by private corporates. And some of the corporates are the biggest litigants. For example, Google, Microsoft, they're also litigants. What if we all use Microsoft, and recently we saw that commercial outage of Microsoft. What if Microsoft decides to sort of hack into every Microsoft system? We download Microsoft, we use the Microsoft operating system. They could put in a small program. Everything you do goes to them. How do you do? What do you do? And that's not the end. Who's watching you? Google always watches you. I hope you all know Google always watches you. Are you very confident? I am here and nobody knows where I am. There's a website called Flight Radar 24. It tracks every aircraft in the sky, in the world. Whether it's a military aircraft or private aircraft, everything is mapped. In the world, every aircraft is monitored. We all use this app. You know how this works? There's no satellite monitoring and giving you real-time data. What it does is it connects to every Google device. All of us use Google. So every cell phone which is connected to Google, their computer knows that so many cell phones are moving from point A to point B. So it determines the speed and uses that average to see whether it's a blue ink or a yellow or a red. They use AI. But then human brain is always smarter than AI. So what one artist did was this. He put in several cell phones in a trolley and started walking slowly. So see, the green is becoming red because he's walking slowly. So Google got fooled. Their AI system got fooled into feeling that traffic was moving at a very slow speed. So they're watching us 24/7. All the time they watch us. And this is an article which was carried by a Bloomberg magazine. How many of you know what this is? This is a motherboard, which is there in every system. Every computer system needs a motherboard of various sizes. This is of a computer. Everyone from Amazon to Apple to the US military used this piece of equipment, which was bought from a company in California. China hacked it with one tiny chip. What did they do? And the chip was the size of a sharpened pencil tip. So this is what actually happened. Imagine, nobody would have noticed it. They implanted this chip in this motherboard. It would bypass every software hack system, that preventive system that you put in. All information is going to China. We don't know. Our cell phones, our laptops, everything could still be compromised. And they would know everything that is happening in the world. And you can then control it. See, so tiny. You wouldn't even have noticed it because you get a full chip. You get a full motherboard. We of course won't notice it. You know, there's something called location service in your cell phone. How many of you keep it off? You all keep it off. Oh, very intelligent. I keep it on. And what I realized was that every month I get an email from Google, my timeline. This tells me where all I have been. It says I've been to, I can't see, 2 countries. No, there's 2 parks. This is, give me some information. So this is like 60 trips in 228 days. It's actually not me taking those 60 trips in 228 days. It's all the devices of my home which are connected to my same Google account will be also. If my son is carrying his cell phone, if it's connected to my Google account, he'll show that as my trip. So it tracks everything. But are we disclosing sensitive proprietary information? Social media tools are amazing. It is possible to scan all emails. There's a series which was earlier on Prime called Person of Interest. That was a series about...
You need to unlock your iPhone first.
Sorry. So this is AI working. So what that series was, that was after the 9/11 attack. I don't know whether it's fiction or it should be true also. They developed a supercomputer which would access every cell phone, every camera, every mic which is there in US. Keep scanning it and then determine that this person could be a possible threat. So that's a person of interest, and information is then sent to security agencies that this could be a possible terrorist because he's buying something, he's doing something. So all that happens. Now, world over, digital forensics, because of technologies coming in, digital forensic is growing. And when henceforth is something which will be an information for the Law Commission. This is why I say we're only scraping the tip of the iceberg. We're only looking at case management, scheduling of cases, disposal of cases, translation. But world over, technology has gone to such an extent that we don't know what to do. And if we are not ready, we'll be left way behind. And I say this to all the judges. I go to Judicial Academy for the sole purpose that we have to prepare ourselves. We take pride in saying, look, I am highly advanced. I use a computer in court to read my files. That's nothing. It's like using your cell phone and reading a document on that. It's nothing more than that. Anybody can do that. But let me tell you what digital forensics does. Electronic evidence, like I said, is available on everything. I'll show some. Then we talked about 65B, Evidence Act, an affidavit. I'll deal with that also.
Only on 7 News, for the first time a news camera allowed inside the Boulder County Forensic Lab for Computers, where we found the cat and mouse game of catching criminals is changing. 7 News reporter Amanda Cost revealing the new technology cracking cases and sealing convictions.
So this is off of a phone as it happens.
It's a case of he said, she said.
At this point, no one knew what was going on. Even the neighbors don't know what's going on. And in fact, when police arrived, they find her with blood on her face, and they thought initially she was the actual victim in this case.
Emily Cole was arrested, later convicted, but on trial claimed she was the victim.
But this, recorded off of the victim's cell phone 45 minutes before the event,
I'm going to handle what I'm going to handle. I know where you live.
really demonstrates what she had intended to do.
It's digital evidence.
That's made all the difference in a lot of these cases that we prosecute.
Another example.
Circling the house.
Where GPS coordinates confirmed the stalker's route, and pictures of the child victim found on Luis Gutierrez's computer.
Now, this pictures of a child victim on his computer is another story, and I'll just show you that.
A girl kneeling on a bathroom counter. To the unassisted eye, there's no way of identifying the person taking this photo, the perpetrator exploiting this young child.
We've got the pill bottle here. As I bring it up, you'll notice the more pixelated it gets.
Apart from the pharmacy and a first name Stephen, it's unreadable. This technology can change that.
So now we can see what the medication is and the first 2 characters of the prescription number.
That led detectives to this man, Stephen Keating, and they found another clue.
We had a close-up image of the suspect's hand.
By applying filters, they can bring out the detail.
It was actually the very first time that we were able to pull fingerprints from an image.
So this is really strong evidence.
Imagine picking out fingerprints from within a photograph. We've always heard of fingerprint objects being dusted with some powder so that fingerprints on the surface can be detected. But AI gives us the ability to take it out of that. The question for the Law Commission is, will we recognize this as a piece of evidence, reliable piece of evidence? So these are issues which keep arising. And the other day when I was sitting in the criminal jurisdiction, I found, well, I like seeing these action movies, so those, or investigative movies. So in US they were doing some technology on fingerprints extraction from a bullet shell, etc. And I asked the police officer, I said, why did you not take fingerprints from the bullet shell? He said, sir, wo wipe kar dete, nothing is left, so we can never get a fingerprint. Now, there is a professor in England who developed a technology with only 500 pounds, which is now what, 50,000 rupees, and this is what he developed.
From an unassuming office in Northampton has come one of the most significant breakthroughs in forensic science for years. Dr. John Bond from Northamptonshire Police has developed a technique to uncover hidden fingerprints from bullets, even if they were wiped clean. It's quintessentially British. This cardboard box contains the prototype, developed for just £500 over 3 years. But it could help resolve thousands of murders around the world.
In the US, police forces have told us they have literally thousands of unsolved murders where a firearm's been discharged. Shell casings like this one have been found at the crime scene, and conventionally they can't find fingerprints on the shell casing. So could we help? And we're very pleased to try and do so for them.
Dr. Bond realised that when someone handles a bullet, the sweat on their fingers will slightly corrode the metal. So even if a print is wiped off the casing, the corrosion remains. He's worked out how to recover that lost print. It's been named as one of the top inventions of the year and even mentioned on the hit show CSI. Now, Detective Tony Roten.
So these are technologies across the world.
With every crime that's committed now, you have a technology aspect associated with it. Everybody is carrying a mobile device on their person, whether it be a smartwatch, a cell phone, or a tablet. Any of those devices are collecting valuable evidence. With the collection of digital evidence, we have...
Now, every device is a piece of evidence. Now, the next video is about a lady who got murdered. Now, it was a blind murder, they couldn't find out who had done it. But then her husband's tablet was, well, he was using his son's tablet to do some search history on the net, which gave them clues.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to.
Obviously, when you find that, it's damning.
Incriminating search history. It's something we see brought
So
up
he was
in
searching
nearly every case
10 ways to
we cover.
dispose of a body.
But some defendants' searches are more shocking than others. Investigators say
How to dispose of a dead body. He was making searches. Then the search results came. He needed so-and-so chemical, then he bought those chemicals. No direct evidence, but that clinched the whole issue. Technology of the future, metadata. How many of you know what metadata is? Dr. Vashish talked about metadata. How many of you know what metadata is? And this is my suggestion, is an example to 65, answer to 65B problem. Now, metadata is data that gives information about a digital file. Every time there is a digital file created, it also creates information about that file. For example, in a digital photo as to which camera was used, which lens was used. In a file, the number of author, the name of the author, the number of characters. Now, supposing there is this photograph which is produced in court with a 65B certificate, and that person says that I took this. This is actually the view of Shimla from the judge's lounge in the Himachal High Court. Now, supposing I were to file a 65B certificate saying that I took this photograph yesterday with my Sony camera, and I file an affidavit as per the requirement of 65B, and I'm steadfast in court and I'm lying. How will I be caught? 65B doesn't give an answer to that. I'm saying, yes, I took it yesterday. I have a Sony camera, here is my camera, here is the thing, and I took it yesterday. No way of finding out. The cross-examination general lawyers would do, you're deposing falsely, and that's the end of it. But the answer is in metadata. There are several ways of extracting metadata. So I extracted the metadata of this photograph. And I found that it had the information that this was taken with an iPhone 7 Plus on 22nd July 2017 at 5:13. It also showed that it was taken with a back camera of the phone. There's the information in the photograph, nothing separate, in the photograph. So I copied that photograph onto another computer system to verify whether the metadata would change. It did not change. It remained the same. Then a thought came to my mind, maybe Apple uses this technology. So I took another photograph, extracted metadata. It was taken with a Samsung phone on 16 June 2016 at 7:02. This is in fact a photograph of when you enter Leh. The other method by which you could extract the metadata, just to show that it remains the same. Another photograph with another phone, similar photograph. Then I took this photograph. Similarly, this gives me the latitude and longitude, if you look at the right bottom, latitude and longitude where the photograph was taken. This is the position, and AI gives information about that photograph, that this is of Gateway of India. So all these photographs are, now I then edited the photograph, I dried up the sea. The Arabian Sea suddenly vanished, just to see if metadata would change. Well, it maintained some of the information as to when the photograph was originally taken. It did maintain that. The latitude, longitude also remained the same. But it gave me information that Adobe Photoshop was used to edit the photograph. So if you edit the metadata, edit the photograph, that information will be captured. Now that is a solution. And unfortunately, when the forensic reports come to court, they come with metadata. Forensic experts give us that information, but as judges, we have no idea. We would not even look at it. I remember a case I was doing of a bail application which came up before me in the High Court of a rape accused. And the trial court had dismissed this on the ground of DNA match. So, in a case where there is a DNA match, there is no way that a judge would normally give bail unless there are exceptional circumstances. So, now since I have a sort of a different kind of mindset, I like to look at technology, I said let me look at the forensic report which had come, which conclusion was DNA match. What I found was that the victim's blood matched with the victim's clothes. Accused blood matched with his clothes. So there was a match, but there was no inter se match. But that was read as a match and bail was dismissed. It's a match. The forensic report says match, but nobody bothers to look at what has matched. You look at the conclusion, it's a match. So the bail was denied. And since there was no match, it couldn't have been refused. That's what technology, metadata will, and forensic experts give us that information. But we don't know how to use it. Now, and not only photograph. This is the video I took. This is the metadata of the video. And it gives me the height. It was just above 3.291 meters above sea level, though it was on the sea. Now, how does it become relevant? I remember a case in US which was happened. A person's location, there was a murder. Again, a husband-wife dispute. The husband was located in the same building, and it was a multi-story building, a hotel. He said, I was in the hotel, no doubt, but I was in the restaurant, she was on the 10th floor. So there was no way they could have done it, but then his cell phone location showed the height at which he was, which matched the 10th floor. So he was caught because latitude, longitude and height is also captured by a cell phone device. Again, all things will have this. And location service, I had location service on, so this phone captured the Google map as to where the camera was located. These are all actually photographs taken by me. I take pride in flaunting them because I love to take photographs. So this is of Srinagar, Lalit. So this is actually where the device was when the photograph was taken. So if you have your cell phone location on, it will capture all photographs will have location. And then we come to artificial intelligence. We all feel artificial intelligence is actually alien intelligence, not alien technology. It's something we use every day. The predictive text, when you're typing, that comes, is AI. It's all around us. Now, this is another thing. I'll show you. This is again an eye-opener. Now, in court, we rely a lot upon WhatsApp messages. Contracts are accepted over email, WhatsApp message, and we say, look, he sent me this threatening message. Kindly see this.
जो फोन में स्क्रीनशॉट लेते हैं ना, कभी भी उस चीज पर ट्रस्ट मत करना। जो मैं अभी आपको बताने जा रहा हूँ, उसके बाद आपका दिमाग हिल जाए। एक वेबसाइट है fakedetails.com, और जब यहाँ सोशल मीडिया पे क्लिक करते हो आप और व्हाट्सएप पे जाते हो, तो खुद पे खुद मैनुअली कुछ भी आप लिख सकते हो स्क्रीनशॉट में। सेंडर के मैसेज, रिसीवर के मैसेज, टाइम, डेट, नेम और वो फोटो पूरा का पूरा बना सकते हो खुद जैसा चाहते हो। इंस्टाग्राम, फेसबुक, ट्विटर, यहाँ के लिए भी चैट्स आप खुद से डिजाइन कर सकते हो। ये चीज करके बहुत से स्कैम्स हो रहे हैं, बहुत से रिलेशनशिप में पागल बना रहे हैं लोग एक दूसरे को।
Please don't use this, but be aware of this. And then of course, this is another thing. Now, electronic evidence, we catch a device and find that that device is used for hacking. Now look at this.
Do you trust a USB thumb drive such as this one? Would you plug it into your computer if I gave it to you, or if you picked it up? This looks just like any normal USB thumb drive. Notice what happens when I plug this in. I'm going to plug it in just like any other normal USB thumb drive. Something happened. I don't know if you noticed that. It went very quickly. We saw something happen and then it disappeared. Now literally within a few seconds I have control of this laptop using this USB thumb drive. Because what's happened is that computer has opened up a session to my web server and...
So he's got control of that computer. What if your computer is hacked and then used for a crime? But this was when you plugged in a USB drive. But that's not the end.
A reverse shell.
So this device is a Bluetooth transmitter. I could be, within about 300 feet of the computer, I could push a button on here. And then what's going to happen, if you look at the lower left-hand corner of the Windows computer where it says types here to search, in about 5 seconds, you're going to see it like magically type. It's going to be a split second. And then what's going to happen over here, we're going to gain control of the computer. So what I want you to do, Phil, is see that A button? You can walk over there back to your chair. See the A?
Sort of.
Yeah, just...
yeah, it's the bottom one.
Yeah, press the A button. Stop. Okay, and then we should look at the lower left-hand part of the screen. There it goes. That's the malware being injected. And that's it. That's all the victim sees. And I don't see it up
that
on screen.
fast?
That fast.
So right now you're controlling this computer
From Virginia.
Here.
Yeah, I'm connected to a computer in Virginia. This has...
So that was a Bluetooth transmitter 300 meters away. What if we increase the technology and make it 3 kilometers away? So somebody sitting somewhere can hack your devices, use it for crime. And who are we going to catch? We're going to catch you. Because your computer, and you are going to vouch it never left my site, were used for a crime. Now we are all coming with deep fakes.
This is a deep fake video I made with an artificial intelligence. What you see on the top part of this video is a completely AI generated video of me talking to you, but as an entirely different person. You can see that if I turn my face and move it around, the fake video does the same, obviously. And it also mimics my facial expressions. But if you think this fake video is not exceptionally good, it's because we only did 10,000 iterations to train the AI. Imagine if we did 100,000 or even 1,000,000 iterations. Trust me, you will not even realize it's a fake. You must have already seen politicians and celebrities being deep fake, because all you need is a video of anyone.
What if this is produced as evidence in court? The only answer is the metadata. 65p is not a solution. You have a deep fake, he's lying. And we know of cases where people lie under oath. So we have to be alive to where the world is going. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. We are now in the world of augmented reality. How many of you have used these, I don't know what they, meta glasses? Well, you haven't? You must go to this, where is the Sam Mall? There's a Sam Mall. Who's been to the Sam Mall? Oh, how many of you know what the Sam Mall is? There's a Sam Mall, the only mall in Jabalpur, and you people don't know about it. South Avenue Mall, you people don't know about it. You haven't been there. I've been there only twice, but I haven't used it. My son did when he was here visiting me. They have this meta goggles and you play cricket. And it's a... Now, I didn't use it, but he told me it looks very realistic. It's like actually playing cricket. So I came across this video which was showing what the world would be in 2048.
Like Peter Parker or Bruce Banner. But he died when I was a kid. My mom too. And I ended up here.
2045.
Sitting here in my tiny corner of nowhere. There's nowhere left to go. Nowhere. Except the oasis. A whole virtual universe. People come to the oasis for all the things they can do. But they stay because of all the things they can be.
Can you feel this?
Yeah. It's the only place that feels like I mean anything. The Oasis was the brainchild of James Halliday.
This was a movie which showed what world would be in 2045. But no, 2024, rather 2023, it happened.
You say you are a dreamer. Well, can you put your hands in your head? Oh no. I said, fudge. Wanna take the you, hey lady this. Well, you know, your head, it coming to. I miss you so much.
This is Apple Vision Pro, which was launched last year, and this year, October, it's coming to India. So 2045 and 2024, it's already here, but this is just, again, part of it. We are moving on to something bigger, and that's what our things have
Over the
shown.
last year and a half, a lot of us who work in offices have gone remote. And while I miss seeing the people I work with, I think remote work is here to stay for a lot of people. So we're going to need better tools to work together. Let's take a look at what working in the metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere. Now imagine that you have your perfect work setup and you can actually do more than you could in your regular work setup. And on top of all that, you can keep wearing your favorite sweatpants.
Looking good. Let's get together real quick for a debrief.
I'm free now. Let's jump in.
Hi. Hey.
So what do we think?
I think it's ready.
Great.
Imagine working in an atmosphere like this. You don't even need to come here. You all could be in wherever I could be in my home, all of us could be there, and simple glasses, and we all are in an atmosphere like this. That's how real this meta world is getting to. But it has a fallout, a major fallout. Now, you see these meta glasses, etc., the way they are being developed, they give you the real feel. Now, supposing, and this is not a fiction, this is not a hypothesis, it's actually happened. Because when you wear these glasses, you can actually feel, you can sense. Supposing somebody were to hit you, you will feel the sensation. What if a boy in, say, another part of the world were to abuse a girl in another part of the world? Which section would we use? 376. They're not together. You need physical contact. You don't have physical contact.
And our last story tonight comes from the UK, where a child was allegedly raped, not in the real world, but in the metaverse, meaning virtual reality or VR. Metaverse is a digital landscape where individuals can interact with each other, they can play games, work, buy virtual property, attend concerts, and apparently even grope people, abuse, harass, or rape them. That's what happened in the UK to a 16-year-old. She was playing a virtual reality game when her avatar or digital character was attacked. She was gang raped by online strangers. The child did not suffer physical harm because it wasn't an attack in the physical world, but she suffered nonetheless. Now, for anyone who's not experienced in the world of VR, it may not sound like very much. But that's the thing about metaverse. It feels overwhelmingly real. It is designed to be completely immersive. So the girl was not in real physical danger, but she suffered the psychological and emotional trauma of being raped. This is a landmark case. And for the first time ever, a virtual rape is under investigation, but there are complications here. Complications which are not limited to the UK, which apply to the whole world, to governments everywhere. For starters, the police is struggling with an enormous backlog of actual rape cases. So should virtual attacks take up investigative priority? That's challenge number one. Secondly,
Jurisdiction. Who will have jurisdiction? And which section would you sue them? But this is not the end. That was Meta came earlier. Now is this?
The joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts. This is made possible by placing a small, cosmetically invisible implant in a part of your brain that plans movements. The device is designed to interpret your neural activity so you can operate a computer or a smartphone by simply thinking about moving. No wires or physical movement are required. By participating in the PRIME study, you'd be helping to
So with a brain implant, you can control a computer. Now we must be thinking this is fiction, something in the future. But no, this was done 8
and
years
get you
ago.
on board.
"8 years ago, Noland Arbo was leading a normal life. But soon that changed. He met with a diving accident. His body was paralyzed. He could not move any body part below the shoulder. Arbo had accepted his fate. But this year, his life changed once again. He played chess, not with his hands, but with his brain. Sounds like a scene out of Star Wars. But it was just plain old science. Arbo was the first human to trial Neuralink's brain chip. It's Elon Musk's neurotechnology firm. Arbo was given the chip in February. He says the surgery was easy. Since then, he's tested the chip many times. Once, he even played a video game for 8.
So this is where world is heading to. Are we as legislators, judges, ready to deal with this? I don't think we are. But Steve Jobs said people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Sorry I've taken too much of your time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this intriguing speech. You actually have created a new, you have actually opened the Pandora's box for us. We were thinking of finding a solution, but now we have concluded that we have not fully comprehended the problem even. So first we need to comprehend the problem, and then only we will be maybe somewhat in a position to find a solution to it. I hope, in fact we all hope, that this conference somewhat addresses this concern today. Now we move on to the next segment, and the end of this session as well. And as a token of gratitude for your presence and for your speech and your blessings, I request Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha sir to felicitate our chief guest, Honorable Shri Justice Sachdeva, with a memento. May I request Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha sir again, joined by Professor Dr. Shailesh Nagappa-Hadley sir, to felicitate our guest Dr. Rita Vasist ma'am with a memento. I now request our registrar, Professor Dr. Shailesh Nagappa-Hadley sir, to extend a vote of thanks.
On behalf of Dharmashastra National Law University, I would like to thank Dr. Rita Vasista, Member Secretary, Law Commission of India, and Honorable Shri Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva sir, Acting Chief Justice, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, for first of all for accepting the invitation and coming down here and giving the keynote address and enlightening us with regarding to the artificial intelligence, and rolling the ball for the National Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Deepfake and Regulatory Mechanism for AI. And in this inaugural session, Madam has mentioned with regarding to the role with regard to the artificial intelligence and use of artificial intelligence in judiciary and day-to-day life, and pros and cons of artificial intelligence. Lordships, Sir has made a detailed presentation starting from the history and making the memories come alive from the video which was presented here. So I am also a part of all the things which were shown. We have played with the things, tape recorder, these things, TV, and all those things. And Sir has correctly stated that whatever has been today, it's not sufficient. Because as the technology advances, there are again some drawbacks which we have to look into. And Sir has mentioned with regarding to the advantages and the disadvantages of the AI. And Sir has specifically stressed on the future readiness for the future problems which are going to come. And as we all know, there are another 2 sessions which will be dealing more with that of this artificial intelligence, deepfake and regulatory mechanism. I hope that every person present here will get more information, more knowledge with regarding to the artificial intelligence, deepfake, regulatory mechanism of AI in the forthcoming sessions. And I would like to thank all the members present over here, Professor Anand Paliwal, member of LCI, Law Commission, Professor Raka Arya, part-time member, Professor Preeti Khanna, professor in charge of PDMP, IIIT DM, Gargi Chakravarti madam, our own associate professor, and Professor D.P. Verma, member of LCI, then Aprajita Oja, professor, PDMP, IIIT DM, Mr. Anup Nair, Senior Advocate, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Ashish Srivastava, our own faculty member, that they will be the panelists for the next two sessions, and they will be expressing their views, and we will be getting a lot of information on this topic. And once again, I thank all of you to be present here on behalf of DNLU. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll all now proceed for the tea break and we'll reassemble. I request the Law Commission members and the dignitaries to join our chief guest for the tea break, and before that I request for a photograph with our guests. The chief guests and the dignitaries in the audience are requested for a photograph. Everybody is requested to join back by 12:15 after this 15 minutes of tea break for the first technical session.
excuse. Therefore, knowing the law is mandatory for every citizen of India. Professor Dr. Raka Arya ma'am is a part-time member of Law Commission of India. She is currently the professor at NLU Bhopal. Erstwhile she was assistant professor at Vasant College for Women, Rajghat, Varanasi. Dr. Preeti Khanna is professor and chairperson of Placement Cell, Computer Science and Engineering Discipline, PDPM, IIIT DM, Jabalpur. She has over 24 years of experience and has published several papers in the international journal and has presented papers at reputed conferences. Dr. Professor Gargi Chakrabarti ma'am is associate professor at National Law University, Jabalpur. She has previously worked at National Law University, Jodhpur. She has been awarded PhD from Nalsar, Hyderabad, and MPhil from NLSIU, Bangalore. She has done her LLM in International and Comparative IP Law from London Metropolitan University, London, UK. This topic is of great interest to me. I can remember that when I was a child, there was a movie Terminator that I had seen, and there was a concept of a Skynet. Now that concept of Skynet had usually used to scare me out. Initially that was just a child who used to see it as a movie, and then there's a Skynet who has just now got that intelligence is now trying to rule over the human humankind. But now it has altogether turned into a different kind of a fear. And that fear is that with every technology that we see, if there are pros to it, then there are cons to it. I remember Dr. Rita ma'am had just now explained us that in her speech itself how AI has worked out and has helped her to get the information about this university. But as I say, if it has pros, it also has cons. It was 1956 where Professor McCarthy, who had coined this term artificial intelligence, and has now got its relevance when we see in today's world that everything is in a way connected with AI. We are getting its uses. Now I would request Pragati to welcome Professor Anand sir with a sample. I would also request to welcome Professor Rakarya ma'am. Let me welcome Preeti ma'am. We also welcome Dr. Gargi ma'am. With this, we start with our session, and Dr. Professor Anand sir would start with the presentation on AI, deepfake, and the legal challenges entangled in this session.
So good morning to everybody here on the dais. clearly pose the way the AI should be used. We are going to deal with the same in this PPT. So here, what is artificial intelligence? We all know that when the machine start mimicking in the way the human being does, when the machine behaves in a way the human being does, we call the same as artificial intelligence. So this is the development of the AI in the expert of the rule-based system. The second is the machine learning, and third is the contextual adaptation. Though the third is the blend of the first two. What we see in the form of automated cars means first type of expert or rule-based system was there when it acts only on the basis of the data. Whatever data is there, it goes accordingly, it replies accordingly. In the second stage of development, that is machine learning, when they start taking the decisions, means machines start taking the decisions how they have to act. And this is the third, that is the contextual adaptation. Here what is happening is that it is a blend of two. It means what now we are seeing is that automated cars, means the car without the drivers, the cars are now going to drive. So that is the third phase of the AI. So the whole AI works on the basis of the algorithms that are being developed, and on that algorithms the AI system works. AI algorithm requires access to data because machines cannot learn unless they have large database. I am simply telling you one of the examples. If you want to identify a cat by a AI mechanism, AI requires 1 lakh photographs. Means if the AI is having a database of 1 lakh photographs, then only the AI can say yes, this is a cat, this is not a dog. So you can just simply ponder over it, that how many database is required so that the AI can function properly. So these are the new dimensions of the AI, which in brief I am suggesting. This is machine learning, this is again deep learning, computer version, natural language processing. Now what we are witnessing in a phone, you know that there is a system in the phone, you speak in one of the languages, it will automatically translate and you can communicate with any persons. There are a lot of languages are there, you have to speak in your own language, it will automatically translate either by speaker or by typing. So this is the latest. And generative AI. Generative AI is what our member secretary has told, ChatGPT. She simply typed about the Jabalpur Dharmashastra University and she got a detail about it. So this is the generative AI and deep learning, computer version. These are all the formal now which have evolved into this latest AI mechanism. So this is the day-to-day applications of the artificial intelligence. We are not going to deal in detail with the same. We all know that what are the chat box, what are the healthcare management. You want to go for a booking in any of the hospital, they all have such AI system. You simply type the name of the doctor, everything is going on. You know that in email also, your mobile, your Gmail, it automatically filter that what mail is going to the spam, what mail is going to promotion, what mail is going to social. So these all are the new way of the AI. The AI is functioning in day-to-day life. So these are the challenges of the AI on which we require to focus. The effects of AI go far beyond the new technological advancement of increased productivity. It raises important issues regarding ethics, biases, privacy, and violation of certain human as well as fundamental rights. AI systems cannot be well versed with all possible surrounding circumstances of any problem or query and may not produce the desired result as per the specific requirement that we are going to deal in the next slides. So, with respect to deepfakes, we know that deepfake videos, how the same has been created. In the present election also, you might have seen that certain news report was being circulated. That was never said by the reporter, but how the deepfake management was there. We know that how a statement of a minister was being wrongly circulated with respect to the reservation. And how the, with respect to decision making, with respect to digital divide, with respect to employment and labor, personal data, social interaction, consumer protection, healthcare, gender equality, education and media, democracy and rule of law, access to information, security and policy. Everywhere we require that there should be proper regulation with respect to this. So So these are the main concerns of AI bias, because AI mainly act on the basis of the data that is there. In 2015, what happens? The Google photos misidentified several African American users as gorillas. Reason? Because they used to identify only white colored people as the human being and rest they use. So it makes a huge outrage, and later it was addressed by the Google. One again example I am citing before you, when the automated cars were being made and when they were out for the practical use, they used to hit the black people, because the data that was feeded in the automated means the white colored people are the human beings, the dark colored people or the black colored people, they are not the human beings. So this is the biasness that is being created, and if data is not being properly regulated, if it is not being properly feeded, if there are no proper feedbacks, then AI can be dangerous also to the human beings. This is a second case. In 2016, what happened? Evenly to every person, irrespective whether it is African American, whether it is a white American, whether it is Spanish, to all drugs were distributed. And when the mechanism with respect to the police using the AI to find that who are the criminals, mostly the people whom were booked were only African Americans. So how the data was biased toward the African Americans, we can easily expect that if it is not being properly regulated, it can create huge injustice to the innocent people. This is again one of the more. The third case is with respect to New Jersey and Francisco Artigia. What happens here in New Jersey, a robbery took place. So it was not possible, and they were not even able to identify that who in fact committed the robbery. They used the various surveillance cameras. With the help of the cameras, we are going to identify that who has committed the robbery. And with the help of that surveillance cameras, they booked one African American. The person, he said that he was never involved. He might have gone through all that streets, but he was never involved in that robbery. But the prosecution say no, we have relied on this AI, and the AI says that after going through all the algorithm process, this is the man who has committed the robbery. So here the defense, they challenge that what is your mechanism, what is your process, what is your algorithms on the basis of which you are going to book this client as an accused. But this was not answered in a satisfactory manner, and still this case is pending. There is again one case where the Australian mechanism, what they started in Australia, that with respect to the person who claimed pension, they all were, on the basis of the data, it was decided that the pensions will be given to them. But what happened after, when the income changes, when certain income level changes, AI data automatically deletes a lot of persons who were entitled to the pensions from their pension list, and there was no justification for the same. And the officers, they simply relied on the AI, not even caring that the persons who have been delisted, they should be heard. What are their real concerns? So these are all the issues which are now coming up as we are now using the AI. So these are the AI and the rights. In case where low quality training data, a poorly designed system, or intricate interaction exists between the AI system and its surrounding, AI may violate human rights also. Already I have cited you the examples. The equality of access to fundamental rights such as the right to privacy and protection of personal information, the right to access to justice, a fair trial may be directly impacted by a number of applications of AI and their misuse. I already cited the example of African American. Unreported bias in AI deployment could be used to restrict people's freedom of speech and prevent them from participating in politics and all that. So these are the AI and the rights. AI system must be designed to ensure that they do not produce discriminatory results, ensuring that suspects and accused individuals are not disadvantaged either directly or indirectly based on their characteristics such as race, ethnicity, nationality, minority or socio-economic status. AI can also be used as an important tool to ensure fair trial. For example, in a hypothetical case, entitled as State versus X, when prosecution is relying on a camera footage as a key piece of evidence, but the defense argues that the footage is inconclusive, then the court has to ensure that AI system, algorithms and decision making process must be disclosed to the defense and to the independent reviewer. Court has to ensure the rights of the fair trial to both parties by carefully taking such evidence. In conclusion, what I want to say that these are the various aspects that requires that how the algorithms work, how the AI system works, and how the challenges, in what form they exist, which are required to be regulated, so that the AI can be used for assisting the human beings. One more example, what I want to say, that now the AI is also used for various contracts. Means you go and the AI will give you the contract that is between the two parties. You simply fill what are the requirements for the same. But most of the contracts, we know that until unless they are not being challenged in the court, we cannot say that whatever the description that is there in the contracts is all up to the right or all up to the mark as per the law, as per the legal requirements. So the data is required to be carefully examined. The data is required to be carefully processed. Whatever data one is feeding, if that is properly being examined, if it is legally correct, then only the AI system can work properly. So for it, a huge exercise is being required, and also the main thing is that the biasness should not exist, and in the form of the challenges, what requires to be considered and for which the regulatory mechanism is required are the following. First is there should be transparency. AI system must be transparent in order for users to fully comprehend how they operate and how decisions are being made. Second, accountability. To maintain accountability and foster confidence, AI technology must be able to rationally justify and explain their actions. Third is they should be fair and unbiased. Producing non-discriminatory results should be the design goal of the AI systems. Next is strong and dependable system, capable of withstanding and unanticipated events also. Next is ethical and legal responsibilities. So the creators of the content, social media, intermediaries, other people and institutions involved in misuse of AI should fulfill their ethical and legal responsibility at every stage. And there should be the control system to protect human rights and human dignity. Human oversight and control over the AI systems must be maintained. So these are all the concerns, I think, now which we are going to focus also, and we are going to deal with these issues also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those insights. Now that we have understood that AI, deepfake and legal challenges, so what is the connection between them? As a layperson, we should also understand how AI really works or how deepfake works. So for this, I would request Dr. Preeti ma'am to explain us what is the technology behind AI and deepfakes, and how do we identify, because for lawyers it's very important to understand how do we get to know if this substance is deepfake or not. How do we identify that? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. And as we saw that Honorable Chief Justice of Madhya Pradesh, he has already set the stage, and he gave very apt examples which are required. And then now my Dr. Arya has also, Dr. Anand, sorry, he has also told you everything in a nutshell. So if you ask me, I am a basically technical person. I can't help you on the legal aspect of it, but yes, I can tell you that it is required. So I would like to take you from its journey of AI, because AI is a buzzword these days. So AI has a very roller coaster journey actually. So in fact, when I was studying, I was sitting like you on the chairs. Then we used to talk about the 5th generation computers. So Japanese gave the concept of the 5th generation computers in 90s, and we used to say, okay, yes, this is what is going to happen. We are making computers intelligent. But as I told you, it's a roller coaster journey. So if you look at the journey of the AI, it is having many summers and winters. So unfortunately what happened, at that time, AI could not deliver the promises it made. So it was a winter, we can say. But again, in the late 90s, Leaken came with a back propagation algorithm, because we say that as a children learns with examples. So when you are giving various examples, you are learning, okay, by looking at the shape, when a child comes to see that, okay, it has 4 legs, so maybe dog, maybe cat, like then again the back propagation, again a loop, another set of examples, and he learns what is the difference between a cat and a dog. So that was when this back propagation algorithm we are able to implement. That was another breakthrough here. And then, but still, not much progress. But in 2005 or so, I may be wrong in the year, then the Google, the LabX, they came with a project. What they did is that they connected 1,000 computers, and they showed 3 million videos of cat. And surprisingly, they identified, after more than 1 week of training, that the system has started identifying cats. So that was another breakthrough. And after that, in Stanford University, they decided to have, because then at that time, the machine learning field was already set up. They know, the importance of the data. So they felt the importance of the data there. And Professor Feifei Li, she spent a lot of time. They said, okay, let us collect some data first. So they took all sort of services over there, and they create a big data that data, how to test, whether this data is fulfilling the promising of this machine learning or AI. They started a competition. So that competition ran for, till 2017. So every year they provide some challenge, some with some data over there, and and then some task off. So initially we started with the classification task, then the identification, then the segmentation, then the event identification, all sort of this. And then in 2012 we have our first model, AlexNet, who promises that yes, something is going to happen. And after this 2012 AlexNet model, we actually never look back. So now with the deep learning models, this AI has again, so basically we can say that this deep learning has brought AI again into the front runners. So now we are having this AI, and now come to the deep fake. So basically deep fake, so deep learning and fake. So how to use deep learning for generating the fake media. Now when we say deep fake, it is not only just, we are having several types of media, not only just replacing a face basically, it is on the text, it is on the speech, it is on the gesture, it is, in the hybrid mode also. So when we take this AI on the, you can say, because general term is face, we say deep fake, so we connect it to the face. But with the face also, not only that the face is replaced, but also the emotions are there. So these deep learning models are very strong, and they can capture the features on your face, and those features can be manipulated so that your expression may be changed. Like for example, I'm talking to you here, and with my expression, it can be given in a different manner, so that that may create a difference also there. Then we have this, when we talk about video or audio or this images, somewhere it is still possible to identify, because something you are seeing, and it becomes it is easy to identify. But if we take example of an audio clip, because we just giving our network this 3 hours of your speech, right, then it is very difficult to identify that it is not your speech. And looking at these things, in fact, like sir has already given you many examples. So yes, examples are there where, you will behave like as if your teacher is saying you to do something, and never believing that, yeah, there might be any issue. Then we have text generation. So every one of us is having his own style. So in fact, that style may be copied. If you have some, like when I'm giving my lectures, definitely my student knows that. You also know how your teachers are, what is the style of your teachers. So those styles all can be copied actually. So, but then we say that what is, when everything can be copied, then where is the originality? So let me tell you one thing, that deepfake technology, it is having many positive sides also. So before coming to the legal aspect, because I am a technical person, so I first look at the positive aspect of a technology. So you will say that even with this technology, the most important thing is that we can do work for the disabled. So we can create data, we can create videos, speech, texts, like with which we can help those who can't listen or who can't hear or you can't see, like many. If you say that gesture, right? So those, if we say differently able people, they talk in the gestures, right? So gesture, this gesture, we can create some systems, automatic systems. So nothing is there who is going to sit over there and communicate with. So let us say some person comes for a reservation, right? So he can, like he's telling his gestures, and there is a machine over there, right? Who is which is responding to her gestures, right? And it becomes easy for things to take care. Then in your studies also we can create, because nowadays it is very difficult. The task of a teacher has become very difficult, because if you look at this, knowledge is everywhere, right? You will find, if you want to know about deepfake, right, you can get this information from everywhere. So now this makes our task very difficult, how to make our classes more interesting. So here we can also make use of these AI and deepfake. Let us say, take example of the history classes. So you say, yeah, what happened 1,000 years back or 300 years back? How can we make it interesting? But some simulations can be generated, so that you can show, yes, this is what is happening over there at that period of time. So all those things are there. Then in the art also, in the chatbots, right, we have this Alexa, Siri, but these Alexa and Siri, they may be given a humanized touch over there, so that you may be more connected over there. So these are all positive aspects. Now in the surgery also, this has become, this AI has made it easy, because person sitting at one place. Now because we are working on several systems based on healthcare systems, so this healthcare, this AI is playing a very important role, because nowadays the analysis of the entire body becomes very easy, and then it helps the practitioner to take the correct decisions based on your data. So that is all there. But at the same time, when we say that everything comes when you pay a price, nothing is priceless, right? So I hope you understand this. So when we are getting something good over here, then we need to be careful also, because as my fellow colleague, he said that, okay, some statement of some politician has been misquoted. So in fact, this deepfake catched attention when in 2018, I believe, on the Reddit platform, when someone has posted pictures of some celebrities, right, with some porn stars. So then it actually get the idea what is going on over there, and people have decided to, it attracted attention. So definitely this thing is there, that the media can be distorted with this fake media, and it is very difficult to differentiate between fake media as a layman. But when there is a will, there is a way. So we are always finding out, because always there is a race, like there is a battle. So here also, when some good is there, some bad is there, we need to come up how to deal with the bad part of it. But definitely for the bad part of it, we can't say that the good part should not be there. So let me give you an example of the biometrics. So when we say that biometric systems came and we all have Aadhaar, everything, but soon after that, this debate started, how much safe our biometric is there. Because once we lose our biometric, once I lose my fingerprint, it is for always. And this one paper research is also there. So that is why we are having Japanese collaboration. So that we observe that they are having very much, when they get excited, so the victory sign, all the pictures of ours, it is there. But let me tell you, it is there are research papers you can search where he was very correct that from that picture your fingerprint can be taken. Or even a very interesting example is there, which I used to show in my class. So let us say you are looking at it, and from your iris, that pattern, right, who is there on the door, that has also been extracted by processing. So the processing techniques, they are really becoming sophisticated. But at the same time, when we say biometric, right? So we understood, okay, there is a problem with this. We lost our fingerprint, lost for always. Now how can we change it, right? Password we can change, PIN we can change. So then we come up with a solution, let us say cancelable biometric. So we say, okay, we are not going to use your original biometric, please come over here, give your biometric once, we will generate a pseudo biometric. So there are some non-invertible transformation, we have generated your pseudo biometric, and that pseudo biometric is stored there in the system. So every time you are coming, and then your original biometric is discarded actually. So every time you are coming, you are giving your ID, basically that converted into a pseudo ID, and the matching is always performed in the not in the original domain, but in the pseudo domain, right, where you have given your biometric. So this is just one example we took, and nowadays when the deep fakes are there, so we are, of course, technical people are taking care of it. Deep fake identification, much research is being done, so we are having collaboration with the a Japanese professor, he is working in NII, so you can search over there that not only, and in all these, like we have also, our students have also developed some deepfake identification systems. So when the deep models are being used to create, we can use them to identify also. So how this progress has happened in the area of, especially in the area of deepfake, that is with the progress in the generative AI. So what happens in the generative AI, we have a generator, we have a discriminator. So what a generator does, a generator produces fake examples. And this complexity of producing fake example increases. At the same time, discriminator, it discriminates. So it appends itself, right? It learns itself how to break that. So both of them, this is an example of the adversarial learning, where the generator and discriminator both are learning at the same time. So generator gives you the tough examples and discriminator tells you how we are going to break. And when we say this generative AI, actually it has changed this field overall. So as now we can generate media, and that media can be used in a good or bad way. So of course, there are, as I told you, the techniques are there to mitigate. And here not only, I must tell you, we are actually not only working on identifying deepfake. In fact, our group, not exactly like my collaborator, they are also working on how to take you back to the original picture. So let us say one picture you have got, we have find out yet it is a fake picture. So can we go back from that fake picture to what have been the original picture? So let me tell you, technical people are doing their job. We are very much alert. So we are taking care of our job. Now as a law, because I am a layman, so it is your responsibility. So we are handling over the things, and now how to carry it on, that depends upon in your hand. So I believe my worthy colleagues of in the law field, they will surely take into cognizance, and they will come up with the correct policies for it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very interesting discussion. In fact, I got reminded of a 1994 movie, Forrest Gump, which won Academy Award. An example of deepfake, where President Kennedy was seen with Tom Hanks. Now, for us, that was an entertainment. But I think our next speaker would give us legal insights on it, whether this entertainment is even legal or not. So I would like to call Professor Dr. Gargi, ma'am, who is an expert in IP and personality rights.
Okay, we have already go through a lot. Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva sir already made a good roadmap for us. So technically and legally, then technical aspects also discussed by our resource person as well. Vashish ma'am also emphasized on. So let's see. So what is deepfake? Okay? Simple language. Two types of thing. one where you are collecting all the things about. Suppose I am, okay? So my pictures, my voices, my style, way of talking, every possible you are collecting, okay? Now, I'm not here. You have collected everything about me. Now there is another process, someone else, maybe any one of you. So you are putting everything, whatever you have collected on that. So 2AI is working and making a deep fake. Why deep? Because you already collected digging in a deeper manner. And why fake? Because I'm not here, someone else, but looking like me. So fake. So deep fake. Clear everyone? Now, it's not. I agree. इसको चलाना है यार. I need to click on that. Okay, forget about it. Don't waste that. So, that actually what is deepfake I am mentioned here. Now, examples of deepfake. Now, it started actually, the word coined by deepfake. It's started with the Reddit when existing some pornographic file actually depicting some. Actually, there were no celebrity, but celebrity faces were there, and they put them into the pornographic site. In a same manner, we know the Taylor Swift, that particular famous case. Sir already told about the Ukraine president that telling to lay off the arms during the Ukraine war, but it was a fake video. So the president was not there. So it's a video. I just want to show that particular video. I don't know, it's not working. It's a 2 minutes just. Then we know in India, Rashmika Madana's famous case that she is entering into the lift with the swimsuit and it's flooded in the internet. So the thing is like that, deepfake. Correct? It's not Rashmika Madana, it's actually the UK influencer Saman Patel. She actually made that deepfake and flooded in the internet. Now, this is the flip side. Now, the positive side is the personalized message from Messi. Okay, so let's launch that particular advertisement, personalized message by Lionel Messi. So wow, correct? Shah Rukh Khan contacted, Shah Rukh Khan taken by the Cadbury's for all the customized advertisement. So this is the positive aspect of from a company to launch or to advertise in this manner. We can see the positive aspect as well. Now, how and who can be affected by MySpace cassettes? Problematic. MySpace is doing the contributory infringement. जो अपलोड कर रहा है वो भी इन्फ्रिंजमेंट कर रहा है और जहां पे अपलोड का प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जा रहा है वो भी इन्फ्रिंजमेंट कर रहा है. जो टेलीग्राम करते रहते हैं, they are flooding with all the movies which is copyrighted by the producers. Okay, now next one is the personality right. Plain and simple. Personality right means publicity right, privacy right. I am going to decide how I am going to be publicize myself. Okay, you are not the person to take the decision on it. My privacy, my part. You believe me or not, for 1 year I was in Germany, Max Planck Institute of Innovation and Competition for my postdoc. The first time in my life, I came to know before taking the photograph, I need to ask the permission. There was a conference One of my colleague literally ran to me and told, Gargi, don't take photograph without taking permission. I just look at her, okay. And that day and today, I always ask, okay. So we don't have that concept of privacy. कहीं पे भी हम मोबाइल उठा के फोटो खींचते रहते हैं. उस लेंस में कौन कौन आ रहा है, we never know. Correct? You are breaching the privacy. It's not only the Google is breaching the privacy. Privacy is the myth. True. But we have to be sensible at a time. That is the personality right. Now, anyone is utilizing the photograph, voices or something else. Just Rashmika Madana. Someone taken her photograph, someone make her to wear the swimsuit. Maybe she never thought of. In a personal life she can be, not in a public life. So her publicity, how to be, she is the person to take the decision, no one else. That is called personality right. Publicity right, privacy right. So if anyone else is taking the decision on behalf of her, wrong. Quickly. Trademark rights. Just now I talked about it. So it's not only the copyright and personality right, someone else. Now, if some deepfake is showing that Nike is scratching the leg or Chanel bag is trying to bite me, it is a wrong way to portray that particular trademark. So it's a contrary to the trademark. Trademark is a symbol. How you can differentiate one product from other. So I am wearing one watch. Same thing. Manvendra sir is wearing watch. So you can differentiate. Sir one is Omega and my one is Titan. Sir, bolna hai to acha bolne do na. So in this manner, we can differentiate from Titan to Omega. Trademark. We can identify the source from where the goods come from. So this is the thing. Now when it is not registered or easily we can, a common law country, so we can go for the passing off. That's the easy way. Or unfair competition, stop. Someone else not to violate my rights. So that is the stopping other, third party, not to violate the other rights. That is the unfair competition. Now, information technology already sir told, but till 2021, so 2011, after 10 years we are having the intermediary rule. Now really we are having a very good intermediary rule, because somehow we are stopping the intermediary to do whatever they like to do. Okay. Now enforcement is the matter of fact. How quickly you are going for the takedown, how quickly, jo sir bol rahe the, delete, really delete. So our Personal Data Protection Act is having, Raka ma'am is the best person to say about that, right to be forgotten. How we can connect that, right to be forgotten. We have that provision. How we are going to implement that, that is the one thing we need to think of. Section, good lot of section against the pornography and obscene material in the cyber world. Section 67, 67E, 65B, 67B, specifically for the child pornography. Even Google is having a zero tolerance. If anyone is simply search for the child pornography, it always show the Google the red alert. Zero tolerance. It's a sickness. We used to call them pedophilic. So this is the thing. Data protection, obviously. Now we are running into big data. Now see, as I told, flip side, good side and bad side. Now think about the clinical trial, for the medicine point of view, good lot of data. Humanly segregating, comparing could be very hectic or time wasting thing, but anyone can do by the AI. So apart from European Union, no one is having as such any concrete law. It is very appreciable what European Union is having. Within a 1 minute, I am just trying to conclude myself. So they have done the classification, high risk, low risk, specifically risk, so classifications of the defect. And not only that, there is another thing they have done, that is the transparency. So whenever any AI generated work, so whoever, there are good many future engineers are there, please say it is a AI generated work. Have that particular honesty. So that is the thing. Within our technicians, within our, we need to develop the ethics, digital literacy, ethics. Everything is not fun. So the thing is like that, if we are marking it AI generated, I don't know बिल्ली के गले में घंटा कैसे बांधेंगे. European Union at least trying to do that in the name of transparency. So we can adopt also. To have that particular truthfulness, that is the thing. The engineering ethics, whenever you are making something for the good way, not for the evil manner. So that is the thing. So another thing already I have told that take down, and the thing is liking the blocking of the sites. These are the thing we can go for it, because very recently the Delhi High Court gone through the dynamic injunction, dynamic plus injunction, because Netflix and good lot of OTT came together for the illegal uploading the videos or films or web series through the Telegram and all other things. So Delhi High Court, through the telecommunication, they are blocking that particular thing. So this is the another way we can. So ethics development, capacity building and digital literacy. Please don't start believing whatever you are seeing. Start digging it up. Apply your brain. Thank you so much.
As we all know about that. And as a result of which, Sita has asked Lakshman to go after, his brother. And of course, he left, and then the whole thing happened, as you know about this. Again, another thing that we have heard in Mahabharata, that when sunset will happen, then only someone will be killed. Okay? Jayadrat's thing has been done, like we do know that how he got killed. But sunset has to be there, so artificially sunset was managed. So we know that AI and deepfake, both examples we have in our literature. Now I'm going to, why we are saying deepfake has a negative connotation. Since morning we are hearing about it. Artificial intelligence is having positive connotation, because when we have to go for regulation part, because it is about regulation. We know that technologies are there to help us, not to create a kind of problems for us, but to solve the problems. But then again, as we do here, that it depends upon the user, what they want to do with the technology. We are living in an age and era which completely depends upon consumerism and commercialization. 2 points were made by Professor Anandji. He has written transparency and ethical consideration. Now the thing is that when we talk in terms of this, yes, it is important for the purpose of formulation of law. One has to consider about these facts. But I will not say that law part is only important for the students of law. We all are the one who are governed by rule of law in this country. So when we talk about this, everybody has to know about law. Like she has given an example, I have given you an example. When Dr. Gargi has given example, then don't believe what you see. This is a very serious statement. Don't dismiss it just like that, because this is exactly what is happening with all of us. There is something they say fact check. Then again, Professor Anand has said something about that. Fact check means when you go back into the, seeing that whether the information happens to be true or not. Suppose if it has been, there have been layers of lies, how you will crack that particular layer? So that's why it is being said that use technology with caution. Because we could see today, I think enough you have got from various speakers who have cautioned you about that what it is capable of. It is completely deepfaking us. We could also be the one who could be victim of it. So don't ever think that there will be some third person who will be the victim. Because we have got a tendency that when it comes to us, we start looking for solutions. But then you will not have solutions. The thing is better be warned about the whole thing, as we constantly are telling. Be educated about the thing, so when things come to you, you will be able to handle that, okay? So next when I go to the, slide, because as I say that since I am the one who is, which side I have to do it? Is this side? This one, huh? This one I have to do, no? Okay, I'm wait, thank you. So this is technology. Everyone has to know about it. Okay, so this is something I have taken, and I'm being too ethical. I'm making reference of every source from where I have taken, because I'm not a brilliant and master. As we could see that one particular observation was made that it is very difficult to give something new, because since everything is there on net and everybody is making a reference of net. So internet is the one, a source for my knowledge also. But from where I am taking, I am making a reference of it. As you all heard, that is being told that European Union recently has passed an act. So they are the first one to regulate this particular thing, but still, there are a lot of things they are looking for. That because abhi hum nahi keh sakte, because one thing was also said that it is about person's autonomy, person's freedom, person's privacy. And we are going to see that how things do, work as far as these things are concerned. So you can see the definition that they are saying artificial intelligence system is defined as machine-based system. So this is what you are looking at. You know that human brain also has a subconscious mind. And that subconscious mind works how? That many a time we think that we have forgotten the thing, like she has said, right to forgotten. We think that we have forgotten, but somehow, someday, something just, occurs to me out of blue from somewhere. Sometime what happens that when I try to recollect something, I don't remember at the moment. But when do I remember? Some random time पे मुझे वो चीज़ याद आती है कि जब मेरे को उसको जब कहा था अभी मुझे याद आ गया, अभी मुझे याद नहीं था. It means we already had, so what they have done, जिन्होंने artificial intelligence prepare किया है, they have just copied the human brain. So it is a scary thing for us, because if it falls in the wrong hand, we are of course going to be very in a lot of problem. But if it goes in the good hand, then of course we will be the beneficiary and we will be having good results of that. So that's why they are saying that designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy, and that may exhibit adaptation after deployment for explicit or implicit objectives. So we do say when we speak language of law, because knowledge is important part, intention is also important part. Like we all are trying to understand that how we will move. The thing is, intentional misuse of any technology is subject of law to be punished. If it is being done with the intention to cause harm and injury to another person, then law will come into the picture. So one has to examine the scope of that. Now they are saying that from the input it receives, how to generate outputs such as predictions, contents, recommendation or decisions that can influence physical or virtual environment. So as she said, they go on collecting information. So this is something they are saying, but then never ever forget about the idea of autonomy they are talking about. Now deep fake, what it is, okay? The thing is that they are generally, everyone has told you, deep fakes are videos, audios or images that seem real but have been manipulated by AI. They are most threatening to the process of election of any country. What they are doing generally in 2, 3 fields they are going to use, so that I'm going to show later. it can create non-consensual content, especially pornography, okay? When I use the word autonomy, and she has used the word right to forgotten and right to personality, it is something that we are going to, of course, make part when we try to work upon the regulation one, which is non-consensual, mean that my consent wasn't taken. Like she said that when she was taking a picture, she was asked not to take without permission. So this is the thing, that something which is non-consensual in law, again become a subject of punishment. Again, here the difference between the two is what? AI is enabling technology, meaning, as I say, it has a positive connotation. Like deepfake to create hyper-realistic forgery of videos that can manipulate and deceive. But the intention will be to do something good, not something to harm others or to create problems. Deepfakes refer to highly realistic forgery. So forgery in itself, you can understand, is a negative term of images, videos, audios, and other media using deep learning techniques and algorithms. So this is something we are learning, that there is an intention to, like pornography is the one we can understand, that people will be given a kind of very base pleasure, and then of course they will be minting money out of that, because you know that pornography in India especially, and in the world, is a very big issue that earns a lot of money. People spend a lot of time. India में ये कहा गया कि highest consumer है pornographic content के. So we do know that pornography is legally banned. लेकिन अगर आप इस तरह से create करते हैं, then how law will be handling that? When there is an imagination, like she has given example of Rashmika, of course she was used like her body was used wearing bikini and all that, but then others have been used for the pornographic purposes also. Many celebrities have been victim of that, so they are also having a lot of concerns about that. Again, deepfakes are unlawful acts where a computer, mobile, or any electronic device is either used as a tool or is a target. Both is a cyber crime. So India mein deepfake is falling in the category of cyber crime. So we can understand whatever happened in the area of cyber, in the internet, it is going to be a cyber crime. So we are going to define it as one. Essentially morphed videos and photos, audios made from artificial intelligence tools and readily available material. Now they are saying that even a person who is having simple knowledge of technology, this technology is so sophisticated and easy to do, anyone can do it. Like you might have seen in your mobile, उसमें एक तुमको एक फन के लिए देते हैं, कभी बिल्ली बन जाते हैं, कभी चूहा बन जाते हैं, कभी पीछे की बैकग्राउंड चेंज कर देते हैं, ऐसा बहुत कुछ करते हैं ना कि एक पर्सन को हम दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में खड़ा दिखा सकते हैं, और किसी के भी मूछ दाढ़ी कुछ भी बना देते हैं, चाहे वो लड़की है, फिर किसी को बिल्ली बना देते हैं, तो we can change the picture of a person, जिसे हम कह रहे हैं for the sake of fun. लेकिन ये fun many a time can turn out to be very serious. Now again, what it can do? Malicious deepfakes can erode trust in elections, undermine national security, and empower harasser. So these are the areas that we have to look for making laws, that what they are really, hinting at or hurting at. So क्या कर रहे हैं? They are trying to, like you have seen, as I told you, कि अभी जो कुछ leaders हैं, political leaders, उनके कुछ India में भी उन्होंने, like Mr. Manoj Tiwari का reference एक दिया गया है, कि how he was, his video was made, that he is saying something bad about the government of Delhi and very nasty thing he is talking about. Then again they are saying that empower harasser and fabricate evidence. See, the whole legal process is depending upon the foundation of evidence. अभी उन्होंने भी कहा ना कि कहीं पर वो footprint छोड़ते हैं या कहीं पर भी वो कोई चीज छोड़ते हैं. All the time court needs evidences. अगर वो evidences ही नहीं है, अगर वो evidences भी created one है, like I said, layers हैं. आप जितना ज्यादा अंदर जाते जाएंगे, layers को आपको undo करते रहना पड़ेगा, and you don't know which is the true one. The true and false का separation भी becomes difficult. So that's why we have to understand that कि ये करता क्या है और ये क्या harm हमको कर सकता है. Again, इंडिया में क्या कर सकता है जिसके रिलेटेड लॉज भी हैं? डिफेमेशन, लाइक रेपुटेशन किसी की खराब करता है ये जब ऐसी कोई चीज करता है. आइडेंटिटी थेफ्ट होता है इसमें. Hate speech माना जाता है, hate speech का भी you know that things are there. Practices that affect elections, sexually explicit content जो कि कहा गया, pornography, copyright का भी violation है जैसा कि कहा गया. Again, virtual forgery it creates, data theft करता है और cyber terrorism करता है, ठीक है? तो ये सारी possibilities इससे होता है and you can see all are falling in the category of an offense. Now, this is something that was the point, as I told you, कि जब Prime Minister का वो video आया, then the point was raised and he called it a kind of sankat, means a deep problem, a serious problem. Now, the thing is, can we really deal with it? Things are, as I told you, that as far as cyber information is concerned, there are a number of layers. So very difficult to open, so we need cyber experts. We can't do it. Don't ever think that it is an ordinary thing to do and we can do it. We can't. We need cyber experts in that area. It means lot of training, lot of information gathering needs to be done. They are saying detection of deep fake may be easy in comparison to stop the spread of disinformation. Do you understand the difference between misinformation and disinformation? Which one is more harmful? Misinformation or disinformation? Disinformation is harmful. Misinformation is not that injurious, but disinformation has an intention to cause harm to person. So wherever there is a disinformation, then the punishment will be severe. Now they are saying that creation of deepfake may use sophisticated way to evade detection. As I told you, कि कहते हैं ना कि चोर पुलिस के साथ तू डाल में पात होता है. पुलिस एक तकनीक ढूंढती है, चोर दूसरी तकनीक ढूंढ लेता है खुद को बचाने के लिए. तो सेम पॉइंट अप्लाइज टू हियर ऑल्सो कि आप जब उसको किसी को पकड़ने के लिए जाएंगे तो देन दैट चोर विल ऑल्सो बी वेरी स्मार्ट. दे विल नॉट लेट यू बी इन दैट पर्टिकुलर सर्कल. Now they are saying creators of deepfake may use sophisticated way to evade detection. So combating them will not be easy. Okay. Laws are in place. Like I said, defamation, identity theft, and all that, they are already in place. Again, कौन से laws हैं? कुछ laws mention किए जा चुके हैं. Already मैडम बोल चुकी हैं morning में. रीता मैडम ने बता दिया था कि ये सारे acts हैं जो काम करते हैं इस direction में. Information Technology Act first foundational है. वो आप समझ सकते हो कि जो भी कंटेंट आप अपलोड करोगे इंटरनेट पे, दैट पर्टिकुलर कंटेंट इज द वन कवर्ड बाय द लॉ. आप किसी को लाइक फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड एक्सप्रेशन बहुत बोला जाता है. आर्टिकल 19 ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया सेज फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड एक्सप्रेशन. नो, इट इज नॉट लाइक दैट कि हम कुछ भी कह सकते हैं किसी को. ये कुछ भी कहने के लिए फ्रीडम नहीं होती है. फ्रीडम के साथ हमको ड्यूटी और रिस्ट्रिक्शन भी मिलता है. So this is something, that one has to keep in mind that we are saying. See, I think this is gross injustice you are doing to me. So this is something that, we see. The laws on deepfakes in India again. Digital Personal Data Protection Act came in 2023. That is going to, because we do know that when we use, there was a time when we were using mobile phones manufactured in China. And you have seen that Honorable Justice has said that in the morning, that in a very subtle manner, they put a particular kind of chip that nobody can make out. In fact, if you have gathered that Elon Musk left China and Tesla, faced a lot of, we can say, losses because there was an accusation on China of stealing technology. This is something that they are very, and Americans are very particular about, having copyrights, patents, and the inventions that they protect as far as the thing are concerned. We do know that as far as, again I will say that as far as the country is concerned, there was a culture that not all were given all kind of information on technology. उसको कहते थे कि जो उसका सुपात्र है उसी को वो information या technology दी जा सकती है. तो ये एक पर्टिकुलर रूल था जो अभी भी हम कह सकते हैं कि बाय डिफरेंट वेज दे आर देयर. इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्ट, इंटरमीडिएट गाइडलाइंस एंड डिजिटल मीडिया एथिक्स कोड, ये गवर्नमेंट लाई थी कल जब सोशल मीडिया का मिसयूज हो रहा था. सोशल मीडिया में बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन, फॉल्स एंड फेक इंफॉर्मेशन, मैं उस सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म का नाम नहीं लूंगी, तुम लोगों को खुद पता है. उसका रिकॉर्ड ये माना जाता है कि हाईएस्ट नंबर जो फेक वीडियोस होते हैं जो कि आप लोग के सबके बीच में बहुत पॉपुलर है, उसी सोशल मीडिया पे वो अपलोड करते हैं. इसीलिए इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को, बिकॉज यू नो दैट डोमेन आर ऑल डोमेन्स आर फॉरेन, कोई भी इंडिया में नहीं है, इसीलिए इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को ये गाइडलाइंस लाना पड़ा. अगेन दे से IT रूल्स 2021 implemented on May 26, 2021, updated on 6th April 2023. So this is something that they are doing because constantly the government is working in their direction to deal with this particular situation. Now again what they have done, some points Madam has said in the morning. Again I am letting you know that ministry you can see is responsible for it. Previously it was only information and broadcasting. Now they have added electronic in it. Now MITI is the one which is saying that draft National Data Governance Framework Policy has been, of course proposed, has been made. Due diligence advisory for AI intermediaries and consequences for non-compliances. ये अभी एक उन्होंने order निकाला था जो कि circulated है, वो तुम सब देख सकते हो internet पे सब चीजें available हैं. Intermediaries and ये उसका first point I'll just give you because remaining 4 points are also from the guidelines because these are the guidelines that they are talking about. First I will just discuss with you and then we can say goodbye to each other. Intermediaries and platform must ensure that their use of AI models. See, to crack the thing, AI models are required to crack deepfake. Okay, AI models are being developed. Generative AI software algorithms does not allow users to host, display, upload, modify, publish, transmit, store, update, or share any unlawful content as outlined in Rule 3, Clause 1, Subclause B of IT rules, or violate any other provision of IT Act 2000 or other applicable laws. So you can see that how many things have been forbidden, that what one cannot do. जो रिमेनिंग इसके गाइडलाइंस है, जो फोकस पॉइंट कहा गया है, वो भी सारा इसी पर थ्रो करता है लाइट कि किस चीज को उन्होंने कॉशन किया है, किस चीज को उन्होंने मना किया है. But again, as we say, that the whole thing depends upon what? That the user is the one, that is the most important one, whether we want to do it or we don't want to do. Because we have seen the change in the standard lifestyle. Even a very small kid of 2-3 years might be having mobile in its hand. And parents are not knowing that in what kind of danger they are, letting the child in, and they themselves are getting in danger, merely thinking कि थोड़ी देर busy रहेगा. वो थोड़ी देर busy नहीं रहेगा. आगे जाके आपका life भी havoc बनने वाला है. Because we do know that they say, generally they are saying that upload everything with due care. वो बच्चे क्या देख रहे हैं उस पे, because they love flicking, Because I know I have a granddaughter. She is in this habit. She goes on flicking. One day what happened? She was copying something, अभी कितना है 2.5 years की है. वो कुछ मेकअप वाला स्टाइल का कॉपी कर रही थी. उसकी मदर को समझ नहीं आया कि कहाँ से सीख कर आई है, क्योंकि उसकी मदर जो मेकअप है वो वेयर नहीं करती है, वो बिल्कुल प्लेन सिंपल रहती है. उसको समझ ही नहीं आया. शी वाज कॉपिंग कि कैसे लिपस्टिक लगाते हैं. इवन सोचो 2.5 years की है, कैसे आईलाइनर लगाते हैं, सारा कॉपी कर रही थी. वो क्या करती है? शी इज एडिक्टेड टू समथिंग कॉल्ड यूट्यूब. उसको YouTube देखना है और उसको पता है कि कौन सा आइकन YouTube का है. शी इज सो स्मॉल बट शी नोज कि कौन सा आइकन YouTube का है. अभी माँ ने उसको फोन में कहीं पीछे उसके अकॉर्डिंग डाल दिया है. उसने कहा कि पहले वो बहुत विजिबल था, अब मैंने ऐसे कर दिया कि ये देख नहीं पाएगी. आई डोंट नो हाउ लॉन्ग शी विल नॉट बी एबल टू. मोबाइल नहीं लेगी उसके हाथ से, लेकिन उसको आइकन को छुपा देगी. So this is something, this is an attitude that we are saying that we all are inviting danger. So this is something that all these areas, because law alone cannot protect us. Unless and until we respect law, and we are also governed by the ethical things, that technology should not be used for the purposes, like I was just talking, that Spider-Man में evil monster villains होते हैं. I think, I hope, and with due respect to Elon Musk and his, technological advancement, I hope that one day he does not become that, because he is having a Starlink in the space, and he is having chip in the brain, so I don't know what it becomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would collectively congratulate the whole panel for taking us to this journey from AI to deepfake to the legal challenges that we have, and also bringing it to the conclusion. Thank you so much. Due to paucity of time, we will not have question and answer session right now. I would request Dr. Manven sir to come and present memento to Anand sir. I would request Utkarsh sir to come and present memento to Preeti ma'am. I would request Isha ma'am to come on stage and present memento to Gargi ma'am. I would request Ashish sir to come on stage and present memento to Raka ma'am. Thank you so much to the panel. And now, without wasting time, something that you all wanted to hear from me, we all can go for lunch. And please take 30 minutes for this. 45 minutes, since Manoj sir has requested. Sure, sure. So we'll all be assembled here then. Thank you so much. Yes.
May I request the honorable panelists for this session to kindly take their seat at the desk. Professor Dr. D.P. Verma, Member Law Commission of India. Professor Dr. Aparajita Ojha. Mr. Anup Nair, Senior Advocate. And Dr. Ashit Srivastav, Assistant Professor, DNLU, Jabalpur. Good afternoon to all present. Respected Shri Professor Dr. D.P. Verma, Member Law Commission of India, Professor Dr. Aparajita Ojha, Professor IIIT DM, Jabalpur, Shri Anup Nair ji, Senior Advocate, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, and Dr. Ashit Srivastav, Assistant Professor, DNLU, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Director of IIIT DM, Justice Sankaran ji, Honorable Rita Vashisht ma'am, Honorable Professor Raka Arya ma'am, all other dignitaries present off the desk, faculty members of DNLU Jabalpur and IIIT DM, students who have come from the colleges in Jabalpur and the students from DNLU Jabalpur, the staff of DNLU Jabalpur and IIIT DM. We have assembled here for the second technical session, which is on India's approach to regulating artificial intelligence and its future. This indeed, as we have seen right from the beginning in the morning, that this issues that we confront are truly intriguing. And we'll start this session, first of all, with a small token of felicitation to our distinguished panelists. We'll start with Professor D.P. Verma, Member Law Commission of India. Sir has an illustrious experience of teaching and research in the field of law. Sir has been a professor at the Banaras Hindu University Law School. He has also served as head and dean of the Faculty of Law, BHU. Sir has also been additional director at the National Judicial Academy, Bhopal, and is presently serving as the full-time member of the Law Commission of India. May I request Professor Dr. D.P. Verma to kindly take our small token of felicitation. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. Prajita Ojha is Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at IIIT DM Jabalpur. Ma'am has more than 37 years of experience in teaching and research. Her interest includes machine learning, deep learning and computer vision, steganography and stega analysis and robot path planning. Ma'am has delivered lectures in a number of universities on different areas on issues such as blockchain technology, machine learning, deep learning, and computer vision. I request the students to kindly felicitate her with a sapling. We have in our midst Shri Anup Nayarji, Senior Advocate, High Court of Madhya Pradesh. Sir has a distinguished career in litigation, and Sir has been practicing for the last 27 years in the High Court of Madhya Pradesh, and Sir practices in all fields of law except, as he told me, the core issues of criminal law. May I request our students to kindly felicitate Shri Anup Nayarji. We also have Dr. Ashit Shrivastava, Assistant Professor, Dharmashastra National Law University, Jabalpur. Dr. Shrivastava, prior to joining DNLU Jabalpur, has served as a faculty member at the National Law University, Odisha, and Amity Law School, Lucknow. He takes particular interest in the issues on the interface of law and technology. And Dr. Ashit has recently completed his PhD on data protection. May I request our students to kindly felicitate Dr. Ashit. As we have seen how intriguing could be the issues involving artificial intelligence, I was reminded of one of my close relatives who works with a big social media giant, and she was recently telling us how she found at her office few people who do not exist on web. In the morning, our Chief Justice talked about our digital footprints, and she was shocked to know that such social media giants actually look for people who do not exist on web. And that is one of the foremost credentials that they need to have in order to be absorbed for that particular job which is assigned to them. So there are multiple issues that we have to confront when it comes to regulation of artificial intelligence. And we are fortunate that we have some of our distinguished panelists who are going to throw light on some of these intriguing issues on the interface of technology and law. May I have the honor of requesting our first speaker, Professor Dr. D.P. Verma, to kindly enlighten us on the issues of artificial intelligence and its regulation. Sir.
Yeah. Learned members of this august body. In the morning, the Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva has given a brilliant presentation with regard to sensitization of issues relating to artificial intelligence. And in the first thematic session, my colleague, Professor Anand Paliwal, Professor Rakha Arya, and other resource persons set the background of several issues which I will be taking into consideration in my presentation this time. First of all, I must say, 21st century is the century of artificial intelligence, and we must realize it. And we must think how we have to co-op with this, how we have to work with it. And artificial intelligence affects everything in our life, from every walk of life, from morning to the evening. We use Alexa in the morning. We use GPS once we move in a car. Besides this, we are thinking of driverless car. We have the drone system, and besides this, in some of the countries, robot judge has been introduced, particularly in China. Well, these are some of the developments taking place. Now here, in my presentation, I will be confining to 5 important things. Number 1, if India have to think about regulating artificial intelligence, the first and foremost thing is, what are the technological challenges and the operational difficulties involved in these technologies. The second part will be the form of legal regulation. What type of legal regulation India must have, and that is also a great challenge for all of us. The third one is, what are the other countries are doing relating to regulating artificial intelligence. Then I will come over to Indian practice so far with regard to artificial intelligence and what is its future in the end. Now, first of all, AI regulation. I have divided it into 2 parts, technological challenges and the other one is operational difficulties. In technological challenges, although we speak about algorithm, machine learning, generative AI, chat GPT and deep fake, all these are interrelated with each other. We cannot separate it, but for the sake of our discussion, for the sake of exploration of the subject, we deal with these aspects separately and individually. To simplify it, I must say, algorithm is a set of instructions which are being carried out in a specific order to perform a particular task. Algorithm provides set of instructions. These instructions are carried out to perform certain particular task. And this is possible that these instructions are given to computers. And an algorithm has its own play at that time. The second word is machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence and computer science to focus on data to use along with to enable artificial intelligence to imitate how human behaves, how human learns. Machine learning is designed in such a way that how this machine can imitate the actions and behaviors of a human being. That is the purpose of machine learning. The third one, the generative artificial intelligence. It is capable to generate images, text, and then to generate new data that has similar characteristics. And that is also important in artificial intelligence. About ChatGPT, we can say it is a chat box, or that is a virtual assistance developed by open artificial intelligence, and it is to steer communication towards desired length, desired details, desired language. And in this way and other way, deep fake, there much has been discussion on deep fake in the earlier thematic session, but I can simply use one word, that it is a hyper realistic digital falsification, in the sense it is said. Now, coming to operational difficulties. If India has to make a regulation on artificial intelligence, what are the operational difficulties with regard to these artificial intelligence? Number one, pace, that is speed. Technology is changing very fast, and society expects that the lawyers, law students, law teachers, or the jurists will provide an answer how this problem, technological problem, can be solved. And once the lawyers try to think about a particular rules relating to artificial intelligence, technological advancement is much faster. And if we are prepared for regulating, we find ourselves much behind it. That is the great problem with regard to the pace and speed of artificial intelligence or the technological advancement. The second one is, it is a question of complexity. It is something that in artificial intelligence we are thinking of superhuman being. And it is superhuman being, it is acting just like a human being. It has that particular kind of mind. Law can be applicable to the action and behavior of a human being. But how to deal with such kind of machine? Suppose a machine has committed an error. If there is an accident by a driverless car, who is to be punished? That is a great problem in the virtual world, how this can be dealt with and how the problem can be solved. The third problem is unpredictability. The scientists are making experiments on artificial intelligence. New kind of things are being brought into, but these things are unpredictable. There is one incident, artificial intelligence was used for the first time in aeroplane, and a button was used that if there is a need of landing of airplane, a button should be pushed and the aeroplane will land. And immediately, once the button was pushed, the aeroplane landed directly. How to control at this? It is unpredictable. We have created these artificial things, but there is a need of much research and development on these things, because we do not know. These artificial intelligence is unpredictable. And the last word is black box. What is black box? Scientists have put all the knowledge, informations from computer, data and other things. They have put in black box. But what is inside the black box? If we try to open that black box, we do not find anything. How to deal with this? These are operational difficulties. That is, we have to think at the time of regulating artificial intelligence. The next thing is thinking regulatory framework. About regulatory framework, some resource persons earlier have mentioned about some sections of Information Technology Act as well as Indian Penal Code and Copyright Act as well. But the problem is that these sections or these provisions of law do not deal adequately with the problems of artificial intelligence. Sometimes Indian bureaucrats think that if everything is available in IT Act, IPC or Copyright Act, what is the need of a new kind of regulation? This is one kind of thinking, but the people in India wants a separate law dealing with this artificial intelligence. Now, here we are coming with that if lawyer has to provide an answer to regulate artificial intelligence, the first important thing is what form it should get. Whether it should be in the form of a code or in the form of a rule, form of a norm, form of a statute, this clarity must be in our mind. So far as, and these code, rules, norms and statutes have different purpose, different scope, and I simply stress here that all these forms may not be good for any regulation of artificial intelligence in our country. We have three examples. One is of cyber law, the other is of environmental law, and the third one is of administrative law. In cyber law, there is a code, there is a command by which we deal with some virtual things as well as physical things. These are taken by the command which is given in the code. That code may be good for certain part of artificial intelligence, but it cannot be equally good for all problems relating to artificial intelligence. The second one is our environmental law. In environmental law, the principles have developed accountability. Who is accountable for environmental pollution? And there should be certain principles applicable to them. But that thing cannot be applicable here because the scientists who are working behind machine tools, algorithm or artificial intelligence, it is very difficult to fix the blame on those persons. The last one is administrative law. In administrative law, generally it is found it is top-down mechanism. In administration, there is someone at the head and it commands, and it is coming from top to the bottom. That cannot be possible in artificial intelligence. The second one may be that why should not we think of collaborative administration? Everyone is involved. But even if one tries to involve everyone, the great difficulty is how law will regulate this collaborative administration. That may be a great problem as well. The third one is public-private domain. Not only government, even the corporate world is involved in it. If government of India has decided that 10,000 crore will be invested in R&D on artificial intelligence, we cannot imagine what is the budget of big corporate bodies in India. And these corporate bodies are thinking of their own corporate interest. They are not thinking in terms of the interest of the government or the nation or the society. Therefore, we cannot say that this private domain can solve the problem. The next one is stakeholders concern. There are some stakeholders who are really affected by it, and their concern should also be taken into consideration. And the last one is democratic governance. That there has to be law. We should think of democratic governance in our society. It should think of social justice in our society, but we cannot imagine, we cannot think the artificial intelligence will work on the line of democratic governance or in the attainment of social justice in the society. Because it is commanded by the scientists who are thinking in some other ways. Then coming to lessons from other countries. Now, other jurisdictions, here I have put it because there are certain experiments which have been made in other countries. Now we have to think whether we should take some examples or illustrations from other countries and we should regulate artificial intelligence in India. Number one is US model, although it is not an act, but certain rules have been framed in United States which works on the principle hands-off. It is something unpredictable. We do not know. At present, we hands off, and it should be left self-regulated. And by the passage of time, it will be seen, it will be thought how it can be regulated. This is the perspective of the US government. The second one is the British model. British model is also very much near to the US model, where it gives importance to pro-innovation as well as laissez-faire, that whatever things are coming, it should be permitted. And The third one is European Union model, and this is the only act in the world which is available. But what is the problem with regard to this European Union model? It is based on, it gives importance to risk-based management. It is entirely concentrated on how the risk of artificial intelligence can be managed. And for this, several classifications have been made. And still, in most of the universities in European Union are working on regulating artificial intelligence, and these universities in Europe are much ahead of us. The last model is the Chinese model. And in Chinese model, the thing which they have accepted and they have dreamt of, bureaucratic direct control over artificial intelligence. But that model cannot be good for our society. Now coming to India's approach. And in this approach, the story starts from the year 2018, and now I'm coming to the year 2024. In 2018, for the first time, the Honorable Finance Minister, in her budget speech, had mentioned that artificial intelligence must be given much more importance and there should be emphasis on research and development. At that time, in 2018, no one has realized what the government was thinking of artificial intelligence, and this finance minister has emphasized that there is a need of good research and development in this area so that law can be formulated at the later stage. Even in 2018, the next step was the Niti Aayog came out with national strategy, and out of this report of the Niti Aayog, a AI national portal was initiated in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and today Law Commission is not working in this area, nor any other ministry. It is the Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology which is directly dealing with the problems of artificial intelligence and its regulation. Then in 2023, we have G20 Summit. And in G20 Summit, the focus was also placed on artificial intelligence in three particular areas. Number one, climate change. Number two, agriculture. And number three, health. But these were identified in G20, and all the participants who had come from other countries of the world, they were sensitized that these artificial intelligence in these areas must be given much more importance. In 2024, in the month of January, Economic Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister of India, it has prepared a complex adaptive system. And it has said that no new rules can be good. To deal with artificial intelligence, it requires much more research and development. Therefore, certain things should be adapted, and that was the much more focus of the Economic Advisory Committee of the Prime Minister of India, where this emphasis was given. In 2024, on 1st of March, the Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology gave much more concern about deep fake, and it gave a government advisory that if a deep fake or any artificial intelligence in this area is being used, a prior permission is to be taken from the government. This was the government advisory in the month of March 2024. Again, there was hue and cry. Many scientists around the world and even many corporate sectors people argued that this kind of restrictions with regard to the use of artificial intelligence should not be there, and ultimately the government has to withdraw that government advisory. This is the story of the India's approach towards artificial intelligence till 2024. Now coming to the last slide, the future potential. What is the future potential for regulation of artificial intelligence. Now, I have divided it into three parts. Number one is identification of nation's interest. Second one is need of balance. And the third one is better option. Coming to identification of nation's interest, I am very much sure we should not copy, or it should not be, Indian law should not be a replica of any other country. The experiments which have been made in United States, United Kingdom, European Union or China. Because India has to see its own national interest. It is thinking of 5 trillion economy. That is the developmental model which have been created in our country. And we have to think that due to this artificial intelligence, 5 trillion economy may not be affected. Our development plans should not be affected. And there is a need of innovating skill development. Skill development is to be increased. Innovation is required. Incubation is required. And that is to be given importance in the nation's interest. Even the government of India has given importance to startups. Many unicorns have come into existence in this country, and the future of India lies in these unicorns and startups. And if we make such rules restricting the use of artificial intelligence, it will affect unicorn, it will affect a startup this country. And by looking at the nation interest, we have to think the future potential and how it should be regulated. For this purpose, my second point is need of balance. What is required in India? Risk management with technological advancement. Technological advancement should be given. All freedom should be given for technological advancement, but we have to check the risk which is involved in artificial intelligence. That is how this risk management and technological advancement may go together. That is the challenge, and India in its future has to think about this model. And besides this, the democratic governance is also very important in a democratic society like India. In a parliamentary democracy, we have to think about that this democratic norm may not be affected by these artificial intelligence. Now, what is the better option? In the end, the better option is two things. Policy formulation, not legal rules, because it will take time. It requires several experiments, and we have to learn from our own experiments. Therefore, there has to be policy formulation to deal with artificial intelligence, but at the same time, there is a need of legal prohibition of deep fake. And Government of India is also considering that deep fake should not be allowed. And there should be a legal regulation prohibiting deep fake if it is injurious to the health and mind of the people or the society integrated. With these words, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I wanted to tell the audience that sir also happens to be my teacher from BHU Law School. And, and sir taught me jurisprudence, and I also teach jurisprudence. May I have the honor of requesting Professor Dr. Aparajita Ojha, Professor PDPM Triple ITDM Jabalpur, to kindly enlighten us.
Honorable Director, thank you. Honorable Director of the Institute, Professor Bhartendu Singh Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Dharmashastra National Law University, esteemed colleagues from the university and my own institute, faculty, friends, and students. In fact, this was considered to be a panel discussion session, so we were prepared with a different mindset. But then my colleague told me only recently that no, there are some presentations as well. So this presentation is primarily for those who have no idea what exactly is AI, and then how this AI is creating threats to the society and to mankind. So I'll begin with that, and then we can discuss about what are possible threats and why regulation is important. That has already been covered by Honorable Professor Verma. So what is artificial intelligence? I think needless to say that when you navigate using Google Map, you use Alexa, Siri, as Professor Verma told, Google Assistant, when you unlock your phone through fingerprint, or when you use speech to text conversion on your WhatsApp, AI is working behind the scene. So AI is basically when the first set of people, modern AI, when we talk of modern AI, not the AI of ancient time, ever since people have started thinking about creating a creature which is as similar to human as possible, this study on AI was initiated. But then in 1950, around 1940-50, and then in 1956 Dartmouth Conference, for the first time the term AI was coined, when some like-minded people from psychology, from mathematics, from engineering, from physics, they all combined their energies to think of creating something that mimics human brain, right? That was the idea. So they thought that what could be those important things that a human does? Game playing, for sure. When we are child, we enjoy game playing. Then when you grow old, you also start liking problem solving. And then vision and speech perception. You know that a child, when you teach him that this is green color, you only show him 3 objects. The 4th object he recognizes immediately, because he learns through experience. He learns through experience, right? So vision and speech-based perception, understanding natural languages, and expert problem solving like disease diagnosis, fraud detection, and whatnot. So, this is repeated, please if you have heard this interview by Sophia, if you have not heard, I would suggest you to please go through the YouTube that tells how Sophia was given, is the first robot to get the citizenship of a country. And then during COVID, all of us know that doctors were unavailable, so this doctor on the go, at the patient bed side, and then who doesn't know autonomous driving vehicles. So my dear friends, when it was decided, how do we know that that given machine or algorithm or program is actually intelligent? It was Alan Turing, one of the pioneers in artificial intelligence and computer science. He said, let us keep a simple test. On the other side of the curtain, there is a human and there is a machine. And on this side, I will keep on asking random questions. And if I'm unable to judge whether the answer given is by human or machine, then the system is AI. For your information, my dear friends, there are hardly any machines or algorithms that have passed this test. So, the question is that has ChatGPT passed the Turing test? Answer is we can't say anything. All right. So, if I look at the intelligence and learning, Professor Verma said about machine learning. If we find out the correlation between learning and intelligence, very famous educational psychologist said that a review of evidence on the relationship between individual differences in measures of learning and intelligence suggests that no clear distinction can be made. What does that mean? If you learn fast, you are said to be intelligent, isn't it? When we ask our young children, when he is able to solve mathematical puzzles quickly, we say very, very intelligent, because he learns quickly how to solve the problem. So my dear friends, this AI expansion and why 2018 was considered to be an important year for AI development in India. What has happened that good old-fashioned AI, GoFi, that started with the Dartmouth conference, and then a lot of new algorithms were developed which were basically logic-based, mathematical logic-based algorithms were given, and then people soon after, so a lot of flooding of funds from the government side, from the industry side, and then soon they realized that it was not doing what was expected. What is expected? Generally, we know that 70% of intelligence of an average human is based on perception, vision-based perception, right? So there were several booms and then winters and booms and winters, and it was only when deep learning came into existence, deepfake and deep learning. When deep learning came into existence around 2006, the first algorithm was defined by Geoffrey Hinton, one of the forefathers of AI, who kept on working for 40, 50 years only on understanding how neurons behave, how they help in taking decision. So when something is falling, you did not tell anybody, your mind quickly works, it grabs it. So how this is possible? By a wonderful coordination of neural networks. So what happened that deep learning started bringing new technology of understanding vision, human vision, and also language or voice of human. From 2006 onwards, 2012 was the first time when people realized that neural network training was doing better. That means training a neural network to learn something was doing better than the previous algorithms. So AI is a broad field, my dear friends, within which there is something called machine learning. So AI earlier used to depend upon certain kind of heuristics, searching, finding out the shortest path, or maybe mathematical logic of Bertrand Russell, and many things. And then came the idea of, no, not always human mind is based on logical reasoning. It is also dependent on learning through experience. As I told you, the child learns green color easily, right? The child learns through examples. So why not let us think of giving examples to machine, right? And then came, like, how do we represent things in our mind? We segregate that this is my friend, out of these people, this is my friend, and others are familiar to me, but not my friends. So that was the idea, like machine learning. What is this? It's basically a kind of algorithm that we generate, that we create, many computer scientists create, to do what? To let the machine learn, that's all. By presenting several examples, we call it training. And when we are happy that it is performing as per the human perception, we call that it is trained, and we deploy it, right? So when Professor Verma was telling that climate change, healthcare, and agriculture are three important things that are considered to be primary objectives of application of AI, I would like to tell very humbly that this institute is doing research in all 3 areas of AI, all 3 applications of AI. So I will not go into details of this because as I told you that I was not prepared. The difference between machine learning and deep learning. So think of an average child in mathematics. I will never say average because we know that everybody is average in several tasks, but in one task he is always brilliant or intelligent, isn't it? In some task you are always good, above average. So let us think of a child who is not so good in mathematics. Why I'm calling mathematics? Because I am a mathematics student. So he is given more examples with illustration that this is how you have to find out the solution of a quadratic equation or maybe linear, whatever. But in deep learning, what happens that our initial layers of neuron, they fetch the salient points or salient information from the observation. Like when I say that so many of you are sitting here, some of you are not interested. This mind understands that. How? Because this perception makes it clear, right? So, deep learning means a very deep layer after layer network of neurons. That's all. Deep neural network. So deep neural network don't require any pre-trained, pre-fetched information. They only depend on give the input, we will produce the output. That's all. So automatic feature extraction, automatic salient point extraction. So what has happened during deep learning? Benefits of AI, we see that everywhere AI is capturing our world. It has penetrated practically all the application fields, all aspects of human life, right? But what are the limitations? Unlike human, see, ChatGPT only is capable of producing text. That is also a text, right? But can it understand or can it have human perception of vision-based tasks? No. So deep learning or the current AI, my dear friends, are only based on one task. Humans, as I told you, are good, below good, or exceptional in many tasks. Right now, the current AI is a narrow AI or weak AI that is, I can say that AI in its infancy, We are looking for general AI. General AI has not yet been achieved. It will take years and years to achieve the level of human intelligence. That is general AI. And then something called superhuman AI that I think that in 40, 50 years perhaps we'll be able to. So the question is that a lot of bias. My friend once was giving a lecture and she told a wonderful example of biasness. I think all of you can understand Hindi. So, जब हम बात करते हैं नर्स और डॉक्टर की, राइट? तो जैसे ही नर्स से हम कहते हैं कि नर्स ने असिस्ट किया, डॉक्टर ने मेन काम किया, राइट? इसको अगर इंग्लिश में एक सेंटेंस, एक छोटा सा पैराग्राफ था, उसको इंग्लिश में जब ट्रांसलेट हुआ तो वो हुआ डॉक्टर तो ही था, नर्स शी थी. वेरियस रीजन हो सकते हैं. मतलब ट्रांसलेशन जो एआई से बना, वो ट्रांसलेशन कैसा बना? दैट वाज बायस्ड ट्रांसलेशन. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट वाज ट्रेन्ड टू लर्न दैट नर्सेज आर जनरली नॉर्मली वीमेन, राइट? तो डीप लर्निंग जो है वो शैलो है. ये क्या करता है? रटता है, मेमोराइज करता है. इट डज नॉट understand. So that is why I'm saying that current weak current AI is weak AI. Works like a black box. क्यों? रीजन ये है कि पहली लेयर ने क्या समझा, उसने दूसरे को क्या समझाया, दूसरी लेयर ने क्या समझा, और ऐसी thousands of लेयर हैं. तो वो एक दूसरे को क्या समझा रही हैं, ये हम अभी तक नहीं समझ पाए हैं. So cognitive scientists are working in this area as to find out what exactly, when there is an electric pulse that is generated from one neuron to another neuron, to tell that this is salient, this information is salient. तो बहुत सारे ऐसे areas हैं जिसमें millions of parameters, because each neuron has several parameters to understand certain things. So they don't give much understanding about the system. So, my dear friends, some funny example because of this weak AI. देखिए, ये बच्चा, दोनों बच्चे खड़े हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि हमने जनरली मैन को ट्रेन किया है कि मैन हैंड्स में लिखा हुआ है, I mean, is carrying this. So it is written, a man is holding a dog, not a goat or a sheep. क्योंकि ट्रेन कैसे हुआ है? डॉग के साथ या कैट्स के साथ. A woman is holding a dog. And see, this another example. This example, generally क्या होता है? पेड़ के ऊपर पक्षी रहते हैं. So it says that a flock of birds flying in the air, this is neural talk 2 ने generate किया, caption. Microsoft Azure ने generate किया caption, a group of giraffe standing near a tree. So this is something funny, but that is what is the threat. Why? Because decisions made by AI are not transparent. They can be biased and unfair. They lack transparency, so because of that they can be unfair also. There are critical applications like defense, surgery. The reliability is not guaranteed, my dear friends, because of this black box working. And then generative AI. ये किसको नहीं पता है? Deep fake हमें पता ही है. ChatGPT is a generative AI. Deep fake is an example of generative AI. And अभी हम लोगों को सबसे ज़्यादा जो सर दिक्कत हुई जब मेरे M.Tech स्टूडेंट्स थीसिस लिख रहे हैं और थीसिस ला के देख रहे हैं, तो मैंने सोचा कि हमारे बच्चों की अंग्रेज़ी बहुत अच्छी हो गई लगता है. Then I realized that it is ChatGPT miracle. But this ChatGPT miracle, my dear friends, human को पकड़ में आ जाता है ना? Human को पकड़ में आ जाता है. तो ये समझ में आ गया कि ये ChatGPT is trained not on very scientific language. क्योंकि scientific language straight forward होती है, जैसी law की language बिल्कुल straight forward होती है, based on logic. इसी तरीके से साइंटिफिक लैंग्वेज होती है. तो क्या हुआ कि वो जब चैट जीपीटी जनरेट करता है ना, तो वो बड़े डेकोरेटिव आर्ट, कल्चर, लिटरेचर से ज़्यादा शायद प्रभावित है. सो इट जनरेट्स डेकोरेटिव सेंटेंसेस. सो दैट इज़ अ थ्रेट, माय डियर फ्रेंड्स. आई टोल्ड माय स्टूडेंट्स, नो वे, कम बैक टू मी विथ योर ओन लैंग्वेज, वॉट एवर इट इज़. It can be wrong English, but please bring your own language. Then within one day they came back, sir, madam, we have generated our own text. Then I realized that they have used another tool, that is humanizing ChatGPT, humanizing AI text. Right? So that is the threat, my dear friends. हम कहते हैं ना कि कैलकुलेटर है, तो हमने गुणा भाग करना भूल गए क्योंकि हमारे पास मोबाइल है. we have forgotten to remember our own parents' numbers, and because we have ChatGPT, our next generation might forget to write or speak properly. That is the biggest threat, my dear friends. Forget about financial fraud, forget about anything else. Think about the way our next generation is going to grow. So, ये बहुत सारी unethical use तो आपको पता ही है, लेकिन जो need for regulation की बात प्रोफेसर वर्मा ने कही, मुझे लगता है वो बहुत आवश्यक है आज के समय में, because there are applications with unacceptable risk. They have to be banned like European Union has banned. So the law, this act is going to be enforced from 1st of August 2024. 2021 से शायद उसका ड्राफ्टिंग शुरू हुई. Then there are high risk application. लेकिन ये जो unacceptable risk है, उसमें कुछ ऐसे हैं जो exempt हैं. जैसे कि कौन से? डिफेंस पर्पस के लिए और मिलिट्री के लिए. मतलब जब मुझे याद है कि मुझे किसी ने संपर्क किया, अपने किसने संपर्क किया मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगी, क्योंकि वो भी हमारी नेशन की सिक्योरिटी के लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है, पर उन्होंने संपर्क किया और कहा कि हम ऐसा मेथड बनाना चाहते हैं कि जो स्क्यू है वहाँ से हम देख सकें कि जो वहाँ पाकिस्तानी बॉर्डर में क्या एक्टिविटी हो रही है. वो जो ट्रैक्टर चल रहा है वो एक्चुअल में ट्रैक्टर है कि कुछ और है, बाय फ्लाइंग ड्रोन्स इन आवर ओन टेरिटरी, राइट. सो मतलब मेरा कहने का ये है कि कुछ ऐसे, वो अगर हम देखें कि आप दूसरे के घर में झांकोगे तो वो अनएथिकल है, लेकिन यहाँ पे ये अलाउड है. Well, I think I've taken so much of time, but I must tell that the fellow who is responsible for generative AI is this young fellow, Ian Goodfellow. 2014 में उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया एल्गोरिदम निकाला जिसको हम कहते हैं जनरेटिव एडवर्सरियल नेटवर्क. बच्चों, खासकर आपको मैं बताती हूँ कि जितना ही हम जिंदगी में संघर्ष करते हैं ना, जितने हमारे जिंदगी में एडवर्सरी आते हैं, हम ज़्यादा अच्छा सीखते हैं. The same example that he took and he created a neural network which learns through adversarial training. That's all. So मैं यही कहूँगी आप लोगों से कि asking the right questions is important. Nature, if you ask the right questions for how to regulate AI for good use, nature will open the doors to her secret, as C.V. Raman said. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights, and especially for students of law to get information about technology when talking about artificial intelligence. And very importantly, you highlighted that regulation, yes, is important, but AI is something where regulation is so important that in the absence of it, our future generations may even forget to write and speak properly. And that's an extraordinary thing that we all need to be very much concerned about. And we as teachers of law, we also find it difficult how to deal with students actually giving us their assignments using ChatGPT. And it was, again, to get to know that this happens even in technology institutions is something which is a new information for all of us. We have 2 more speakers left, and we also have a valedictory session that will follow after this technical session. So may I request the 2 remaining panelists to kindly keep that in mind while they give their talk. May I now request Shri Anup Nair ji to kindly enlighten us.
The distinguished panel, the distinguished guest speakers, and my dear students. Today I'll be giving you a lawyer's perspective with regard to the topic which we are discussing here. Whether we like it or not, AI is like a virus. It is a part of us now. It is there. It will be good or bad. It is now our family. It's kind of a family. It's there now within our digital life. Now the regulations which we required, we are already behind the curve. We are required to have it yesterday, but still we do not have. Whatever regulations we have today is basically with regard to our personal identity, personal right, or with regard to e-commerce. But the idea for a regulation is it should be all encompassing. It should not only have a facet of personal liberties, e-commerce, but about medical negligence, plagiarism, as Professor Arya has just told us. You know, you must have read it that even now doctors are using AI to detect cancer or other such things. So what if there's a misdiagnosis? It becomes a case, right? You all have studied consumer law, so where do you go? And then comes the important part. To whom do you go when there is an issue of, when you are a victim of AI or a deepfake? For the general criminal law and other things, we have our forensic labs, well-equipped, well-trained. But as Chief Justice would have told you in the earlier session, we need digital forensic labs. You cannot send everything and each thing to some specialized agency, someplace outside. You need it at district level, you need it now. You need trained manpower to handle those aspects. So when Government of India is proposing to have a Digital India Act 2023, so we assume that it should have been all these things which is required. It basically has, let me just let you know, it has, it contains of open interest, online safety, trust, including user harm, intermediaries, accountability, regulatory framework, which is going to be there in the new proposed act. But what as a lawyer I would like is it should encompass everything that we as a lawyer are required to handle day to day in our court day work. Because as a lawyer, as a judge, there are many things that are presented to court, where courts, even judges have to be trained in this aspect to decipher whether it's a deep fake photographs or something generated by artificial means, not a real photograph. Now, the second aspect which rhymes with regulation is education. Now, we at high school level and at college level, and especially with you law students, there should be these modules with regard to AI and deepfakes. I don't know whether it's present or not, but with ma'ams there, I'm sure it is taken care of. So this is something which is very much required to counter the menace of deepfake and AI. I won't be taking much of your time, but I would certainly suggest all of you to read two books. One is called Chip War, I don't know if some of you have read it, by Chris Miller. It is a history of how the Hon'ble chip started and ended with the current generation of these artificial intelligence chips. And another is a book called Brief History of Intelligence. It is how, right from our amoeba till our modern day human beings and how intelligence has developed. So these things is what I as a lawyer would require in a regulation which we currently require and we do not have. Now looking into time constraint, I am sure that my colleague still has to left and I have many things to say, but because of these, I think I would give a pause here and let my colleague speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Ashit Srivastava to kindly address us on the topic.
Yes, good afternoon to the dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais. Good afternoon to all the students, fellow faculty members. And yes, as we have paucity of time, what I'll do is that I have certain plan of action that we'll do small exercise, a policy making exercise, because our agenda is to have some sort of policy framework to regulate AI per se. So that will be a part of my session itself. Before starting my talk, what I really want to hint towards is, and I'm quoting the Chief Economic Advisor of India, who just released the economic survey, where he talks about the role of AI. He emphasizes on the fact that AI has to be an assistive role in India, keeping in mind that India is majorly a labor-intensive market. So while keeping the labor-intensive market in mind, we cannot have AI per se substituting human beings, but we have to generate the AI in a manner which is more assistive in role. in this line, I truly believe the EU AI Act has done a very remarkable job. They have been able to classify the usage of AI to a large extent. I'm not saying that we should follow their pattern per se, because our approach is more towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The kind of leverage which the EU has that they can control or to restrain their companies and corporations from using certain kinds of AI, we might not have that kind of leverage for ourselves because we have to create jobs as well. So regulating AI is a very complex policy decision making, which will require a lot of multi-stakeholders participation. So just to understand that multi-stakeholder participation discussion, what I'll do is we'll do a small exercise. And this exercise includes a small video. Can you play this? Oh. Right. It's not visible there on the screen. Oh, it's here. Wait. Right. So the whole idea is that when we watch this video, we are seeing it from a perspective of a civil liability case. We are not looking from criminal liability. Because the agenda of imposing criminal liability on AI is a very hard nut to crack. We all have to accept that fact. So let us stick to civil liability case right now. All I want right now is you guys go through this video once, and then I'll ask a few questions to all of us, and let us try framing a policy, how can we impose civil liability, at least in this case scenario, okay? I hope the video is visible to all of you, right? Good. Don't lose attention, by the way, okay? I know it's a boring video, but still don't lose attention on this. Yeah, it's a Tesla car. Good. Right, I think this is good enough. A good HD video. Right, now the question I'll ask you, all of you guys, is that when you watch this video, and I'm trying to replicate a case which happened in the city of Florida. The situation is not parallel per se, but right now, because we want to have an answer for ourselves. The question I'm asking you right now is, when you watch this video, from a driver perspective, can you believe the driver be at relax, knowing that the car is driving itself? A very simple question to all of you. By watching this video, can you say that? And the video is 5 minutes long, by the way. So for all the 5 minutes, he's still sitting back, relaxed. If you can see, his hand is on his knees. All of these are very important factors to go into as a lawyer, by the way, okay? Now you have the driver sitting comfortably. He's not paying attention to the road also, right? He trusts the car completely. From a driver perspective, do you believe he can let go of his attention upon the drive? Come on, see the video carefully. You can see it. Give me an answer, anyone. I'll incentivize, I'll pay you $100. Give me an answer. Come on, be interactive. Anyone can give me an answer. Even faculty, I'll pay more for that. Come on, no? Yeah, please, go ahead. You want to say something? No? Yes.
Not on the driver's side, on the other side.
Yes.
He'll be frightened.
That's from Indian perspective. That's from Indian perspective. Seeing our roads, even I will never let a Tesla drive it. Huh? Sorry, sure. You have Google Pay, right? It's a technology session. Pragati, please go ahead. Mike. Yeah, you are. That's for Indian roads, by the way, okay? The Indian roads will never let go of Tesla like that. No, sir. Yeah. But for this kind of road. That comes from an Indian mindset also. You have to keep that in mind, right? Our mindset is such that we are always attentive driving a car. I hope that is quite natural to all of us, right? Indian mindset. Okay. Just one answer, because I have paucity of time. I've been right? Now keep in mind, what I'm trying to highlight is this is something which happened in the city of Florida. In city of Florida, when this accident happened by a Tesla car where it crashed into the pole and hit an individual who actually died by that, the question came of civil liability. Who will compensate the person? The driver who's sitting back quite easily by putting his hands on the knees, or the company Tesla itself? It's a bigger question to be answered now. Okay. Tesla said it's not our responsibility. Tesla says our cars, though, are autopilot, but they are not driverless per se. Why did I bring this advertisement? The lawyer representing the other side, the person who was being held guilty, sitting in the car, his lawyer said he showed the advertisement in the court of law. And why did he show the advertisement? He wanted to set up an argument. The argument was that he wanted to showcase that Tesla shows in his advertisement that you can be completely reliant on Tesla cars, that you cannot pay attention also. And this is a very important question to be asked. What have they shown in the advertisement? Have they shown they are completely driverless cars, so that a person sitting in the driver's seat can let go of the attention and play anything he wants to play? Or is it mainly an autopilot mode where you still have to pay attention while not being as 100% attentive? Because that will decide the degree of liability which must be fixed, and upon whom the liability will go upon, the driver or the company itself, right? In this case, the liability went upon the driver sitting on the car. There are other reasons behind that, but I'm not going into it. But how many of you believe the liability should have gone upon the company, Tesla itself? By raise of hand, no answer. Come on, maximum? Good. Maximum people believe the liability should have gone on Tesla per se. But then you miss out one stakeholder point. If you start putting liability, civil liabilities on technology again and again, will a company invest? Now, this is a very interesting point you cannot deny. You believe the answer of law is merely black and white. It's not. You have to, policy making also demands stakeholder from the technological developer also. You have to keep the interest of Tesla also in mind, meaning that if you start imposing penalties upon their cars again and again, why will they invest? And keeping India at a lower bargaining power, where they're trying to bring companies and corporations in India, if you start putting civil liability upon them, why would they come to India? This is what I call as the Atmanirbhar Bharat approach. In the Atmanirbhar Bharat approach, we are trying to ensure that the multi-stakeholders are put on the table, right? So if you want to bring an automated car, which to a certain extent can be driverless also, why not to create an AI insurance pool? Now, an AI insurance pool is a very simple example to give by. You let your learner drivers to drive on the car, right? A person with a learning driver can easily drive on the car, right? If he hits someone, is the liability upon him? Come on, you must have seen the L red mark upon the cars, right? Right? Most of the faculties actually have it on a DNLU campus, by the way. You have it? Good. If you hit someone with that L on the car, will you be responsible for that? Not completely. That's the reason you have the L. But you have an insurance which will compensate the person who has been hit. Right? The same logic goes for nascent AIs which have been developed, even in the cases of any other tool which is being used. So AI in driverless car, which is still not dangerous per se, we can ask the company, the corporation as a stakeholder to generate an AI insurance tool, as an AI insurance pool, that they will compensate someone for if he get damages, right? And this is where I say the EU AI Act has done very well, because they have bifurcated the concept of dangerous AI, medium risk AI, and AI for which you just require self-regulation. So AI regulation per se cannot just simply be, oh, you know what, you did this, you are at fault, penalization to you. That cannot happen. Because for Atmanirbhar Bharat approach, we have to have multi-stakeholder coming into the table. That will require addressing the address of the technology developer as well, because we are not at that at greater bargaining power right now. No, we are not. Huh? And this is quite reflective in all the laws which are being made right now. If you pick up the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, section number 17, subsection number 3, you will find out that data protection compliance is mandatory for all of the companies and corporations, but startups have been given an exemption. So you're making everyone comply with the data protection laws, but you're ready to give exemption to the startup culture, right? So that's why I said it's the Atmanirbhar Bharat approach, which wants to bring several multi-stakeholder onto the table per se. The second issue which I wanted to address was what can be the mechanisms of addressing the lawmaking process, which I think just Shri D.P. Verma has quite nicely addressed at different layers. One approach sir highlighted is that we cannot have strict laws all the time. It will take a lot of time. One approach which is commonly followed is what we call a soft law approach. A soft law approach is basically the stakeholders developing their own regulations. If you pick up the medical device, we have the medical device rules. If you pick up the TERAI already has its own white paper on AI. Every department coming up with a soft law, because we cannot have generic laws being made by the parliament again and again. It will take a lot of time process. The other mechanism is to motivate the developer of technology to put regulation in the design itself, what we call as technological management. A very good example was given by the Honorable Justice in the morning, Sachdeva ji, about the virtual gang rape which happened with a developer. The case was regarding a developer of metaverse. When she entered through her avatar in the metaverse, she was sort of raped by other avatars. And when she came out, the question was, the people started booing metaverse, that how have you created such a risky platform? How are you allowing people to come on this risky platform where people can be molested quite easily? This made metaverse think that what should we do? How should we create a very simpler form of, or more protected form of? The very next day, metaverse did one thing. They created a perimeter premise. So if I have an avatar in metaverse, I'll just click upon a button and I'll have a perimeter premise, and I'll choose who can come close to my avatar, who cannot. So instead of going for a very, very deeper, strict regulation, what we can do is we can push or incentivize the concept of technological management, asking them to have a regulation within the design itself. This is what we call as technology management. And one aspect which I believe should be a role played by the judges, the Supreme Court judges and the High Court judges. There have to be certain rights which need to be recognized. Either they can be recognized by a formal law, or they can be recognized by a judicial interpretation. Like the right to opt out. If we bring a new law, if you bring a new technology into entrance, and that technology is disrupting the human rights, you should have a right to opt out. We want to go back to the old mechanism. Right to explanation. I think ma'am must have heard about this. Right to explanation is a very simple concept. The concept is, if automation is becoming a part of our civil life, and automation leads to some sort of discrimination, which ma'am highlighted, or some sort of biasness, or some sort of exclusion, the individual should have a right to explanation. He should ask, what was the basis for giving this decision against me? In fact, as we are talking right now, Karnataka government has already passed, is in the process of passing a bill, Karnataka Gig Workers Bill 2024. That bill under section number 14 provides for right to explanation. Empowering the gig workers who are working for platforms and applications who have been removed by mere algorithms. They can ask what was the basis for the algorithm to come to this conclusion. So these rights, right to opt out, right to explanation, right to object, that I do not want to be subjected to algorithm decision making or automation. Right? So these rights have to be recognized per se. There is more to it, but I'll keep it short, and I'll end upon this note. Thank you so much for the opportunity given by our university and by IIIT to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashit. It was indeed very insightful. Our chief guest for the valedictory session has already arrived, and that is why we'll again in this technical session too will not be taking question-answer sessions. So I thank all of you for your patient, for giving us a very patient hearing, and thank you very much once again to our very distinguished panelists. Thank you so much. We'll soon have the valedictory session. Before I request the panelists, before you leave, we have a token of appreciation for your time and effort that you have put in, and we would like to present a token of a memento as a token of gratitude for your time and for addressing us. Thank you so much. So may I request our students to kindly present a memento to our distinguished panelists. I will start again with Professor Dr. D.P. Verma. Pragati to hand over the memento to Professor Ojha from Triple ITDM. Shri Anup Nair ji, kindly take memento. And finally, Dr. Ashit Srivastava. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
May I request all to rise? We have our chief guests here with us. The audience may please take their seats. Good afternoon, dignitaries, members of the audience, esteemed member staff of Pandit Dwarka Prasad Mishra Indian Institute of Information Technology Design and Manufacturing, Jabalpur, my esteemed colleagues of Dharmashastra National Law University. Today, we have gathered and we have come to the closure of this conference with our valedictory session. We are being graced here for the session by our Chief guest, Honorable Shri Justice Vishal Dhagat, Judge, High Court of Madhya Pradesh. We have Honorable Shri Justice K.T. Sankaran, Member, Law Commission of India. We have Dr. Rajiv Mani, Law Secretary, Ministry of Law and Justice. We have Dr. Bhartendu Kumar Singh, Director, PDPM IITDM. And we are joined by Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Vice Chancellor, DNLU. And we also have on stage Professor Dr. Shailesh Nagappa Hadley, Registrar, DNLU. As a token of welcome, I request the students to hand over the sapling to Vice Chancellor Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha sir. I request Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha sir to hand over the sapling as a token of welcome to our chief guest. I further request our Vice Chancellor sir to offer the sapling to Shri Justice K.T. Sankaran, guest of the day. Next, I request Professor Dr. Shailesh Nagappa Hadley sir to present the sapling to Dr. Rajiv Mani, Law Secretary, Ministry of Law and Justice. Shailesh sir is offering the sapling to Dr. Bhartendu Kumar Singh, Director, PDPM IITDM. Next, I request Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha sir for the welcome address.
So thank you very much, Ruchira, and I think now it's time for valedictory. And I just want to thank Asit and Anup ji for cutting short their speech, and so we are in the almost last leg of the function, and it's a great honor and privilege to welcome Honorable Justice Vishal Dhagat sir, Honorable Justice Sankaran sir, our Director Bhartendu sir, Registrar Hadley sir, and Professor D.P. Verma sir, Professor Paliwal sir, Raka Arya, Barsa ma'am, Rita Vasist ma'am is there, Gargi. I think in the first half I missed you, so I don't want to miss your name, Gargi. And all the Professor Manvender and all our colleagues from the DNLU and students. We are running short of time, and Lordship has to also go. But before I say a few words about the function, I want to thank Vikas Singh ji, Hitkari Law College, for believing in us and delay his movement from this place for another half an hour. So he today the program, the credit goes to him because he has taken a pain and he brought more than full of 2 buses of the students from the college. So thank you very much, Vikas ji. And I hope that you will purchase more bus in future and whenever we have some program in DNLU, your support will be there. And we all are there for the students also. So when you invited me, I came without saying anything. So I'm sure this relationship will continue, and we'll exchange our students, teachers, and also other things we can do that. Lordship, we started in the morning, we had 2 substantive sessions. But in fact, we can say 3 substantive sessions. The inaugural function was also more or less a substantive session because Honorable Chief Justice spoke in length, and he also mentioned, I'm not going to give the inaugural address. So he used this inaugural function as a technical session, and that has set the tone of the function and given a wider picture. And also he brought number of issues and raised concern about legal aspects and suggested how Law Commission of India will take it further. And he has highlighted, I think, some new points he has given, which we might have not noticed, and that is because of his deep engagement in a technology, which I believe because he has given a wide journey of the technological development from different generations. And sometimes we became very nostalgic also. I think black and white TV, I have also watched black and white TV, so there was a nostalgic moment in the morning. So I just want to thank for this particular program, for Law Commission of India particularly, Barsa ma'am and Rita Basist ma'am. You played very important role. You believed in us, and though I have sent you the pictures of this auditorium, and questions were always raised, whether it's a real or it's a like artificial or deep fake auditorium. So questions were raised. You, Barsa ma'am, you have asked me also to go and see that guest house room. I want a picture. So picture was real, I believe. That was not deep fake, so we gave you the original picture, and that is the reason. And I was very happy in the morning, yesterday, when Rita ma'am entered in the room, and then she said, "Acha hai, ye to theek hai." So the original, I have given the picture, and that is the reason, some way it worked, and then you are there. And for that, I also thank the Bhartendu sir, which I have mentioned in the morning, for supporting us, and this function has taken place. It's not only the auditorium had played an important role. Of course, auditorium is like a concern where dignitaries coming from Delhi will speak. But they were equally concerned about the substantive sessions. And I give credit to the Law Commission of India, the way Professor D.P. Burma, Professor Paliwal, Professor Raka Arya. So you have not only brought the people, you have also brought the resource person. And that has given shape to this particular function. We have limited 2 resource person from the triple IT and 2 our own internal resource person. But substantive discussion was, the substantive discussion was taken care by the Law Commission of India. So in fact, its credit should go to all of you for making this event academically, as well as the making this institution a DNLU for contributing for the academic activities of DNLU. I hope, रीता जी, आप हमें हमेशा बुलाती थी, मुझे याद है जब हम कोई फंक्शन योगा दिवस करें, और ये 15 अगस्त को भी हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आगे पीछे झंडा लेके घूमे हैं आपके साथ, तो मुझे कभी कभी याद आता है, और कपड़े भी हमने पहनते थे, वो कुछ टी शर्ट भी मेरे पास अभी पड़े हैं, तो मैं बहुत याद करता हूँ। और आपने बहुत ही खास बनाया हमें वहाँ पर, जब मैं इंडियन लॉ इंस्टीट्यूट में, आप जब सेक्रेटरी थी तो आप हमेशा बुलाती थी, और मैं आते थे, और मंच में हम लोग बड़े अच्छे तरीके से भाषणबाजी करते थे। कुछ भाषण वहीं से सीखा हूँ, और कुछ और कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने हमें मौका दिया और आप आई, और आपका सहयोग ख़त्म नहीं होना है। लॉ कमीशन थोड़ी बदल जाएगी, लेकिन आप तो रहेंगी, और आप रहेंगे तो हमारा सहयोग चलता रहेगा। तो हम बरसा मैम से, रीतम जी से, और ऑनरेबल जस्टिस शंकरन सर से कि आपका सहयोग बना रहे, पालीवाल सर आपका भी सहयोग बना रहे, वर्मा सर हमारे साथ हमेशा रहते हैं, राका मैम आप तो पास हैं, तो हम चाह रहे हैं कि जबलपुर और भोपाल को नज़दीक लाया जाए, और उसमें आपका सहयोग और नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी। आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टेक योर स्टूडेंट, बट आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू गिव आवर स्टूडेंट टू योर कॉलेज ऑल्सो, सो दैट इज ऑल्सो देयर, सो आई एम फाइन विद दैट। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड जस्ट अपनी बात को ख़त्म करने के पहले मैं कहना चाहूँगा, एक बार पुनः मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ ऑनरेबल जस्टिस जगत सर का, कि जिन्होंने हमारी रिक्वेस्ट को स्वीकार किया और हमारे साथ आए। और सर आपसे मेरा संबंध बहुत पुराना है, 7 महीने 8 महीने पुराने से है, और आपके गाइडेंस में बहुत चीज़ों को मैं सेफ दे पा रहा हूँ, और आपके सहयोग से यूनिवर्सिटी को आगे ले जाने की कोशिश करता हूँ, और आशा करता हूँ कि ये सदा बना रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार आपका, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Bhartendu Kumar Singh, distinguished academician, Professor of Physics at Banaras Hindu University and currently Director of PDPM IIIT DM, for his address, sir.
Honorable Justice Shri Vishal Dhagat Sahib, Honorable Justice K.T. Shankaranji from Law Commission, our dear Vice Chancellor, DNLU, Registrar of DNLU, of the dais, my guide and mentor from my institution, Professor D.P. Burma ji, my esteemed colleague, Professor Anand Paliwal from Udaipur, Madam Professor Raka Aryaji, Madam Rita Vasisji, esteemed colleague from DNLU, and esteemed colleague from our own institute, dear student and participant. First of all, I would like to welcome Honorable Justice Shri Vishal Dhagarji, Justice K.T. Sankaranji, to be with us on this occasion, which is a holiday today. Also, I would like to thank all our esteemed delegates outside the Jabalpur, inside the Jabalpur, particularly the Hitkarni management and principal, for bringing all their graduates to our campus and be with us whole day on this national conference on artificial intelligence. Lordship, as this institute is information technology enabled design and manufacturing, so going with this sort of conference on artificial intelligence or deep learning, deep fake, is a very common feature for us in the campus. But this morning, I sit whole day with us just to know how the law experts and the eminent Honorable Justice thinks about the new technology which is coming into the picture. As this era is dedicated for interdisciplinarity, and today we have witnessed this interdisciplinarity culture in this campus, where the experts from law and experts from information technology came together and we shared our ideas, thoughts. This is a very good sign. As we are running short of time, I would not take much of my time. Once again, on behalf of this institute, I would express my gratitude to one and all to be with us whole day in the campus. And after this valedictory function, if you have time, please move around. It's a very small institute, but lush green campus. And interdisciplinarity culture, we don't have various departments like BHU is having. We have one building where all faculty sits, whether it's electronics engineering, whether it's a computer science, whether it's a liberal arts, whether it's a physics or mathematician. So with this word, I would not take much time. And I would like to thank once again to all our esteemed dignitaries from Delhi and other parts of the country, as well as our local experts within the Jabalpur. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We have Sri Justice K.T. Sankaran, who was serving as a judge, High Court of Kerala, when in 2022 he was invited to serve as a full-time member of the 22nd Law Commission of India. I request Justice Sankaran for his kind address, sir.
Honorable Justice Vishal ji, Professor Singh ji, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Shri Manoj Kumar Mishra, who is the heart and soul of the entire function. He is so cordial with all. It is his brainchild, that this function and various other functions in the morning Justice pointed out. He is so capable. And the registrar of this institution, my colleagues in the Law Commission, officers of the Law Commission, and dear friends and students. I used to make extempore speeches only right from my 8th standard in the school. I never made a written speech. But this is a subject of which I know nothing. So I sought the assistance of 2 of my friends in the law commission and prepared a notes in bold letters to suit my convenience, being old. 18 pages. At this juncture, I am not going to read and bore you. First is for 2 reasons. First is that almost all the contents have been exhausted. Second, it is 4:20. All of you are tired. Still you are smiling. A phenomenon which I could not see in the Delhi University when I addressed the students there. Even if after I asked them to smile, they did not smile, they could not smile. According to Dale Carnegie, who is the author of the world's bestseller, How to Win People, Influence Success, and Influence People and Win Success, etc. The first or second lesson is smile. Smiling is a faculty which comes within us, from the heart. That is the first thing which I noted in Jabalpur. The students are smiling. It's very good. It is not artificial intelligence, it is real intelligence. Then I thought of, what should I speak? I thought of skipping the whole thing, everything which my friends prepared. Not my contribution, it's their contribution. I compiled it and see some changes were made and that. So, I will speak only from my life's experience. I am 70 years old, so more experienced than you, except Professor D.P. Verma, who is 74, I think. All are younger to me. So when I noted certain things in my life, I thought that I will tell various examples and to connect it with our subject at the end of it. See, in my school days, there was no phone, there was no radio in houses, and in 1967 or so my house was electrified. A radio was purchased, and at that time, to own a radio having 3 bands, the owner had to pay 15 rupees as license fee every year. That has to be paid in the post office. There is a book, an RC book, and every year seal will be placed. Now, to keep in your pocket all modern gadgets, do you want any license? No license is required. This is one development. Then I saw telephone was not there at all. Even after I became a lawyer, I was not having a telephone. Mobile phone had not come into existence at that time in India. There was no land phone also. I booked a land phone paying 8,000 rupees at that time, own your telephone, and had to wait for years and years to get that phone. Now nobody wants land phone. Those who are having land phone are abandoning it. And at that time, even after owning a land phone, before that what I was doing is that to contact people outside the local area, we have to book trunk call and wait for hours together. To book a trunk call, you must have a telephone. I do not have a telephone. So I go to the post office, book a trunk call, wait for 2 or 3 hours, and then when my name is called, I go to the booth and attend the phone call. Then the greatest revolution came, that STD calls. You can directly call. Aye, what a revolution. What a revolution in India. With the help of when Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister and with the help of Sam Petroda, his advisor, all these were introduced. But at that time it was very costly. When the bill comes, you know, if you talk for 2 or 3 minutes to your friend over STD from Kerala to Delhi, Kerala my land to Delhi, see, every second is costly. Now you can call anybody. To go to the bank, to withdraw your own money, you have to give either a check or some slip, bank slip, and the person will give you a token. With that token, you will sit there in the queue. If you can sit, seats are available, or otherwise stand. And then when teller button comes, you can go. Number also will be exhibited there. You go there, get your money. Now to send money, it is not required. I am paying all the bills which I have to pay in Kerala by Phone Pay or Google Pay, whatever it is. What a development. What a development. See, I have seen one example. Tractors came into existence in our state. I belong to Kerala state. Farther end, God's own country. Tractors were not prevalent. Probably Punjab may be having, but not in our state. Came into existence in 60s. At that time, the moment a tractor is brought to your field, the labor unions of some political parties will come and obstruct. What is their demand? Their work is disrupted. They are denied their work, legitimate work of ploughing. That is taken away from them. Therefore, they must be compensated. They will not allow. What they do is that in the diesel tank, they will put salt so that the whole engine is destroyed. This was one type of strike. When computer came, I am not mentioning the political party and all those things, names and all those things. That may be very, very objectionable to at least some. Computers came, where some of the offices were having computers, government offices. When they were introduced, there was strike in our state. What these political parties what they did was, automobile used engine oil is there, black color. We call curry oil, black oil. Pour the black automobile oil into the computers so that it can never be repaired. Now that political party is having a head office where all are computerized. They cannot function without computer. That particular political party which was doing the whole mischief, their entire office is computerized. So things are changing. Change has to occur. Then you have got pager. Justice in the inaugural speech said about pager. So my friend was having a pager, lawyer. He showed, I am sending a message to my wife, pager. This reply came. I do not have a pager, what to do? So pager became nothing. Then the mobile phone came. Mobile phone, what mobile phone? Not the one which you use, Android phone or any other thing. Old type. Message has to be sent. You have to click and go to hell. That was a great advancement. Right? Very proudly. With a charger, they will go and all put it in the charger for hours together to get it charged. That was a great development at that time. And then gave way to Android phones and modern phones. And at the same time, these people who use it say about privacy. When Aadhaar card was introduced, that was challenged. My privacy is affected. When T.N. Session was the election commission, And identity card, election identity card was insisted for voting. Some of the sections of the society said, no, our women folk do not expose their faces. Then TN Session said, you are going to Gulf countries, you are taking passport for that, for which you are opening your head, as a mask and all those things. If you want to vote, do it, otherwise not. That came. There also, your identity issue was the question. Once you open, dear friends, once you open your mobile phone, where is your privacy? The morning session, the inaugural speech, it was mentioned that everything can be watched. Justice was saying that when he opened the map also live, so that I also get such messages, you traveled these places last month. Where is the privacy? So privacy is antithetic to these developments. But at the same time, we will not leave our privacy principle. Once you have all these facilities, you cannot have privacy on that score. That you have to abandon. If you want complete privacy from all these things, use your old 500 rupees mobile phone. Then, typewriter. We were typing. See, നെഞ്ച് കലങ്ങുക എന്ന് പറയും മലയാളത്തിൽ. See, here it will be affected. Your chest will be disturbed by typing. Say that typists will get affected with TB. That was a saying at that time. Those who were typists, they will be affected with TB, tuberculosis. Because that was a stress. We were typing with, as a lawyer pointed out, we were typing with multiple copies, manifold copies on typewriter. No method to correct it. Now everything can be corrected, everything can be managed. So all these are developments. When these developments occur, there may be some objections from some quarters, but these are bound to occur. These are bound to occur, we have to face it. Likewise, AI is an inevitable thing in our life. We cannot shirk our responsibility to deal with it accordingly. Then about human brain, as I understand, there is no substitute for it. Whatever you may be, your artificial intelligence and machine learning and all those things. Through artificial intelligence, you cannot express your feelings. You cannot even smile, you cannot cry out, you cannot weep. Though you may program it and do some imitating work, that will be another hazard. So that is why among some communities, till the age of 14, the boys will not be sent to school previously. Why? During this period, they will be engaged in Vedic study. All the 4 Vedas will be studied by heart by them, because that is the right time to learn and feed as much as possible in this supercomputer that is your brain. But now brain is not being used. Somebody said in the morning, I do not remember the mobile phone of my wife. She goes elsewhere, I cannot locate her. We were remembering all the telephone numbers. We cannot calculate now. Youngsters cannot, we can. These are all the things which changed our life. So there is no substitute for human brain. So your feelings, your expressions, and what change this will make in the human brain and our life is another aspect we learned. Formerly, before the TV was introduced, TV came, people used to visit various houses in the neighborhood, have friendship with each other. Every function in one family is the function of the other family as well. We go together. Now after the TV came, it is called Viddipetti in Malayalam. That is called fool's box or something. idiot box. See, there is no relationship. Nobody will go in the evening, there are 5 serials. Cinema, everything is there. So that the relationships were disrupted. Now you look at a young boy or girl who is in the railway station or in the airport or somebody sitting by your side. Will he look at your face? They will be on the mobile phone like this. Say they do not have the faculty of speaking, talking, hearing and all those things. They know all these techniques. They are very well advanced, but they lack this faculty of the human being. Likewise, dear friends, all these developments, how it affects the society is also a matter to be studied. Human relationships it affects. How many, in 1984, Family Codes Act was established. Family Codes Act came into force. Family codes were established throughout the country. What was the percentage of divorce at that time? What is the percentage of divorce now? All the family courts are flooded with cases. What are the cases? Marriage took place only 1 or 2 years back. What is your problem? Nothing. Nothing. Some lack of understanding between each other, which ends up in divorce. Formerly it was not so. Even if there are some problems, we will manage it ourselves. But now the younger generation cannot solve their problems. Their artificial intelligence will not help you to resolve your problem with your husband or with your wife. That is a different jurisdiction as well. That is a different jurisdiction. That is with respect to human relationships. Then unemployment. In various sectors, by the adoption of AI, by the proliferation of AI, it is bound to occur. There will be unemployment. But that does not matter. There will be other employment opportunities. But at the same time, while making law or making changes in the society, we have to focus on 2 main things: agriculture and manufacture. You cannot eat the computers. You have to have food. You are going to the canteen at 1 o'clock. You have to have tea, coffee and all those things. So there is no substitute for it, for which agriculture is required. For our daily use, manufacture is required. Manufacture in various aspects. For our convenience, for our necessity and all those things. So manufacturing sector and agricultural sector, this artificial intelligence can make developments in these 2 sectors. To a great extent, it will be to the betterment of all the nations. On the other hand, if it does not give improvement to these sectors, we have to face the consequences. Then relationships between different countries, different laws in different countries, how to reconcile, jurisdictional aspect, which law will apply, what will be the punishment. All these aspects are also to be addressed by the lawmakers. Wars may take place. It was pointed out here. In wars also artificial intelligence is being used. How to check all these misuse? Whenever there is a use, first thing used is misuse. Now all these facilities are being used by terrorists. I read in the newspaper 1 week back that latest equipments are available to the terrorists in Kashmir, whereas our army people do not have those facilities. So they acquire all these facilities, technological developments they take care of, and it is used, misused in terrorism and other activities. That we have to check. How? By technological checks and legal checks. Then, lastly, what law should be made to deal with the subject with respect to artificial intelligence? It is a very complex issue. Whatever law we make, it will be out of date within a few years. So, we have to take care of future events, whether it should be civil liability, whether it should be criminal liability, if so, whether mens rea is a factor to be taken note of, or just simple act, or whether mens rea is required or not for certain offences. All these are matters to be probed into by the legal luminaries, the judges and the intelligentsia at various levels, and consultations are required, police. All those people should be taken to confidence, and there must be a comprehensive learning and understanding of things and application of the same in lawmaking. And a comprehensive law should be made to meet the Indian situation particularly, and also the world scenario. I am not extending my speech. I have not touched any of these technical aspects. My notes has become practically infructuous. We say in court, the case has become infructuous, dismissed. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking us down the memory lane, invoking nostalgia, and then bringing us back to the current reality and giving us the directive to proceed onto a certain fixed direction. We have with us the chief guest of this session, Honorable Shri Justice Vishal Dhagat, Judge, High Court of Madhya Pradesh. Sir, I request you for your keynote address.
Lot of seats are vacant. All those who are sitting behind can come forward so that I can see you all and talk with all of you. Good evening, all of you. Justice Shankaran, Vice Chancellor of the University, Sinha ji, Registrar and Director of IIT DM, guests who are invited here and students. Today I am feeling very happy to be with you for this valedictory address. I will like to keep myself short and to the point. First thing, I like to congratulate Vice Chancellor and University for organizing this function. Artificial intelligence is an issue because it will take you in future, and it is very important for the students. So it is very good move on the part of Vice Chancellor to organize this function. I congratulate him for that. Artificial intelligence, what is this? क्या बीमारी है ये artificial intelligence? Google पे भी हम लोग search करते हैं. We search Google also. On Google also we put questions and Google immediately flashes some windows. It is opened. Information is with you. So what is difference between this artificial intelligence, Google sites and other applications which is available to you? Only difference is these sites are having data. They collect data. So all companies in the world are collecting data today. They want that they should have maximum of data. When you switch on your mobiles, your data is with all the private companies. आप क्या पहनते हैं, क्या ब्रश करते हैं, कौन सा जूता पहनते हैं, कौन सी कार चलाना चाहते हैं, आप किस पॉइंट पे सर्च कर रहे हैं, एवरीथिंग इज ऑनलाइन, everybody is spying on you. So data is there in the market, flooding of data is there. So how artificial intelligence will make a difference? Data तो वैसे भी सबके पास है, anybody can take data and use it. So what difference artificial intelligence will make? Artificial intelligence is creativity. Data will not create anything for you, but artificial intelligence will create new things for you. Data is available, you can use that data using your own mind, but artificial intelligence will use that data to create things for you. So artificial intelligence is creativity, creating new things for you. I think when all of you are coming to this session, have you used artificial intelligence once? Yes, no? Yes. So I also use some artificial intelligence. An advertisement is to be published in newspaper for making some appointments. अब उसको कौन बनाए? So I put in the data and told the app to create an advertisement for me. Immediately it was done in 1 or 2 minutes. So data is there, it will save your time. एक बार time चला गया, it will not come back. Time is very valuable, it is ticking very fast, and market is flooded with data. So artificial intelligence will save your time and it will create wonderful things for you. You don't remember so many things, so many data is also not with you. If you give some particular problem on artificial intelligence, then it will arrange the data and create new things for you. So it will be very easy for you. But one of my senior brother judges sent me a WhatsApp message, and WhatsApp message was very interesting. WhatsApp message wrote, let artificial intelligence do laundering, cleaning and other works for me, and I will do the creativity. You must have seen that. So that incited whole of my brain and ideas, that what we are doing is we are using artificial intelligence to do creativity, and ourselves we are doing menial work, cleaning, washing clothes, doing all, but it has to be otherwise. So we have to keep creativity with ourselves and let artificial intelligence should do manual, clerical and mechanical works for us. So that is for all of you to remember. Use artificial intelligence for doing manual works. Keep creativity with you, because artificial intelligence is having intelligence but not wisdom. Wisdom is with a man or a woman. It is combination of your intelligence, experience and data. So that is also not there with artificial intelligence. Use your wisdom. I have not used artificial intelligence so far for writing a judgment, but I think I must try to use it once to see what type of judgment is being written. I was warned that lawyers are using artificial intelligence. They are feeding all your orders on the site and asking intelligence to give what type of order a judge will give on this data. So if all my orders are fed up, is feed in a particular website having artificial intelligence, and facts are given to computer, then computer will exactly give what type of order I will be writing in this position. So lawyers are doing it. They are predicting orders of a judge, and they are also benefiting economically from it. So students don't know how they are benefiting, but once you enter advocacy, you will also learn that how predicting judgments, advocates get benefit. So you as a student can do lot of research using artificial intelligence. You don't have to go to library, work for hours for knowing the law on a subject or citations. On click of a button you can have all the research work, but it is for you to read and to decide. Unless and until you will read, you will not be able to know. तो आपको पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ही. And artificial intelligence, potent threat before us is it is capturing our minds slowly and slowly. Still, most of the people are busy with mobiles. So artificial intelligence is slowly capturing your minds also. It makes you slow, it makes you less creative, and I think artificial intelligence should only be given a place for doing work which a clerk can do, manual work, search work, but not your creativity. It shall not take place of your creativity. And there is lot more to say on artificial intelligence and how it can be used, what is deep fake. But I'll say when you yourself will do it, you will learn things very fast. Nobody can teach you anything. It is for you to learn. We can only give you some idea to instill your brain कि आप लोग क्या कर सकते हैं. So all conferences are for not teaching you, just to give some ideas, so that when you go back you have ideas in your mind, and when there is some problem, some situation, you have to search something, you can use these ideas to your benefit. I will thank you, I will thank university once again, and I hope that all students must have benefited too much from this session, this conference of artificial intelligence. When you will be going back, I hope you will use artificial intelligence for your studies, writing papers, new research work, finding out citations, and not to do predictions. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, sir. As a faculty, with other faculty members agreeing with me, students are already using artificial intelligence, just that they are missing on the last part that you said. They are thinking that AI can be their substitute. They are not using it as, I'll use the word from the movie Despicable Me, they are not using AI as their minions, which they should be using. So we have come to the conclusion of this valedictory session, but as per the Indian tradition goes, a welcome and a thank you is incomplete without a token attached to it. So I request our students here to bring in the tokens. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha sir, to present a token of gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Shri Justice with Vishal Dhagat sir. I would again request Vice Chancellor sir to present a token of gratitude to Sri Justice K.T. Sankaran sir. Hadley sir to please join VC sir in. I request Professor Dr. Shailesh Nagappa Hadley sir to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Bhartendu Kumar Singh sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Praveen Tripathi sir for a vote of thanks.
Very good evening to all of you. I started with a good morning in the first session, and now good evening in the last session. So I understand that a lot of things has already been told and been fed and been learned in this conference, and I will not be doing justice if I don't say thanks to all the people who are involved in ensuring that we assemble on July 27th, 2024, and gain from mutual experiences from each other. I express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Shri Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva ji, Acting Chief Justice of Madhya Pradesh, for agreeing and delivering the inaugural address. And I also thank Honorable Shri Justice Vishal Dhagat ji for accepting our offer and giving the valedictory address to this conference. We would also be thanking Law Commission of India, who have accepted our proposal, and since then they have continuously supported us in our activities, and continuous communication was made with them, and they were helping at every time. Whenever we make communication, the response always is very quicker from them. One person from Law Commission of India who was always being ready and helping us from the beginning, Ms. Varsha Chandra ma'am. And for your kind support, I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to offer a token, a memento to Varsha Chandra ma'am. Ma'am, please can you come on stage? Thank you, ma'am, for your kind support. And I also thank all the members of Law Commission of India, deputy legal officers, legal consultants who are there from Law Commission of India. Further, I also thank the government of Madhya Pradesh, who have hosted all the members of Law Commission of India and given them a state guest, designated state guest category, and supported them their stay and travel in Jabalpur. So thank you. I would like to thank the administration of RDVV, Shri Ram College, Jabalpur, Hitkarni, Law and Engineering Colleges, Mangalayatan University, Mother Teresa College, St. Aloysius College, the students from where they have ensured that their students participate in this particular conference. I would also like to thank the community of people from IIITDM as well as Dharmashastra National Law University, who are continuously behind this conference, working behind the curtains to ensure that the conference goes successful. I understand that there are certain vacant seats today, but I have just checked the feed on the YouTube, and where the peak time when the conference was going live, the number of viewers have gone up to 456. So that means good number of people who are watching offline, those who are not there. So that's a good approach for us, and this system or this live feed will be there on YouTube forever. And we will edit it and also ensure that that will be learned, this can be continued for the future as a resource material for other people as well. I'm just being apologetic on the sense because I don't want to name individual persons at this stage. It may be at times discriminatory as well, so I'm not using the names, but when I say the community from IIITDM and DNLU, it means whole the people, entire people from both the communities there. I also like to thank Dainik Bhaskar, NETV, Hitwada, Nai Duniya, Patrika, People Samachar, Nav Bharat, Swatantra Samay, Raj Express and Nav Sudha for ensuring that the news from the DNLU is published in their newspapers regularly whenever an event takes place and giving a wide outreach to the university's activities. At last, I will again convey my special thanks to Professor Dr. Bhartendu K. Singh sir for his continuous support and still staying with us for the entire day. Thanks a lot, sir, for this. We are signing off now for this conference and hope to see again a new collaboration with Law Commission of India on a different project, and soon we will be hosting some other program with Law Commission of India. Thanks a lot. Thank you all.
I request you all for the high tea, the guests and as well as the audience. Also, there is a piece of information for the members of the audience. Those who could not get themselves registered are requested to approach the registration desk so that you do not miss out on your e-certificate.